English, but sciences and social sciences, engineering, and so on, they very often have problems with English and with documentation and so on. So I happen to help them publish papers by putting things in a proper order and by often also editing their English. And they've all been very happy about the publication success of their articles. That, I guess, is the most important credential I have for offering any kind of advice to the participants in this program today. So this is going to be my general structure. We'll look at basically the three important databases: UGC, CARE, Web of Science, and Scopus, and try to understand what they are and how they mean, what they mean to us as scholars willing to, intending to publish papers. And then we look at corporate publishing houses and how they are helpful, how they are related to us. And then, as I said, we'll also focus on Scopus listed Indian journals, how to locate the right journal, and edited volumes that form part of Scopus, and Scopus conferences, and also we'll be focusing on journals that claim to be part of Scopus, or for that matter even UGC CARE, when actually they are not, and how to ward against them, and how to guard yourself against these predatory journals who make false kinds of promises and mislead people. And then we will go to the most important part of the presentation, which is how to achieve publication success in Scopus and Web of Science journals and UGC CARE journals, and also try to understand what could be the reasons if it is the experience with any of you, and how not to have our articles rejected. So how to prepare articles in such a way as to find publication success. And publication is not the end of it. We also need to follow it up with a few things post-publication. So this is going to be my general line of presentation. So first, we will talk about the importance of publishing in journals which are listed by UGC CARE, Web of Science, and Scopus. And why should we publish in these kinds of journals rather than the run-of-the-mill journals which charge you, small and big amounts of money, but you can't legitimately claim much to your credit by publishing in these journals. We need to publish in these journals primarily because publishing in these journals carries a lot of weight, and whatever that means. Instinctually, that publishing in a quality journal means a lot to you psychologically and in terms of your career prospects as well. And today we are also, as I said in the beginning itself, we are also required for employment and promotion and other purposes to publish papers. And in certain cases, there are also certain monetary incentives. Not much I've seen in other countries where I worked, the monetary incentives are really substantial, so as to induce and encourage scholars to publish in Scopus and Web of Science journals. And apart from that, we need to publish because as scholars and teachers, we have to generate knowledge, and not just generate knowledge, but transmit knowledge. That's our primary duty. And it's also psychologically very satisfying for us, because we'll be leaving a legacy, and we'll be helping the current as well as the coming generations by producing knowledge, generating knowledge, and by transmitting knowledge. By transmission, we'll also be at the same time preserving and archiving knowledge. And I've said that publishing in substandard journals, predatory journals, is not exactly the right thing to do, because all the efforts that you put into publishing in articles in these journals proves to be, in a way, unproductive, because nobody takes these journals too seriously. Okay, there are other reasons, of course, which I can't list here, but what I can say emphatically is that it's important for us to publish papers in quality journals. When you log on to a journal's website, we normally see these, databases listed, indices listed there. I have nothing against them; they have their value, but in the final analysis, at the end of the day, they are basically aggregators. They are abstracting and indexing sites, and a journal being listed by them really does not make much difference. Any journal is welcome to join them, and usually their standards are a bit relaxed, and so you don't have to take any of these claims too seriously. What matters at the end of the day is whether this journal that you are considering for publication purposes is part of Web of Science, Scopus, or UGC CARE. That's it. Nothing else really matters. So don't be misled by a journal being part of this, part of that, part of something else. Don't be too willing to accept these style claims. So let's now consider what is UGC CARE. And this is no secret. Possibly you have already heard about this. Possibly you also know quite a lot. But let me draw your attention to a few things all the same. UGC has come up with this CARE list after applying a lot of protocols. And if you go to this particular link of UGC, you'll find that there are basically two lists, Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 journals are those which have been selected by UGC CARE itself by applying its own protocols, and they're usually of very good quality, and after a lot of quality checks, they find their way into this list. And there are also, as I said, Scopus and Web of Science, and in some cases MLA also. These are respectable indices and databases. For any journal to enter any of these is not an easy thing, and if it is there, it means that it is a good journal. So UGC CARE has automatically put them in this particular group, Web of Science and Scopus and MLA. they're automatically part of UGC care. If you are doubtful about whether one is part of UGC care or not, because when you apply for jobs or promotion, you are asked whether your published articles in UGC care journals, and you published in Scopus journal, and you don't see it anywhere in the UGC list sometimes. But that doesn't mean that it is not recognized by UGC care. It is automatically recognized, and it figures in this group 2 list. And let's move to the next important thing, Web of Science. Earlier, it was believed that Web of Science means only journals that have to do with only science subjects, but that's not true. Actually, journals that are focused on literature and literary subjects and various other subjects for that matter, especially in Emerging Sources Citation Index, ESCI, they are also part of Web of Science. And Web of Science is maintained by Clarivate Analytics, this company. And journals figuring in Web of Science are, after having gone through a lot of checks, they are automatically very good journals. And you have separate lists within a Web of Science. Okay, the core collection, Arts and Humanities Citation Index, Science Citation Index, expanded, and the Social Sciences Citation Index. And this is Emerging Sources Citation Index. I'll come to that. This has been kind of recently added. This is the Web of Science, website. You can join this by using your Google account, or you can also become part of it by subscribing. And then you can log in and you can search for the right journals. You can match your article. I'll come to that maybe later on, but try to just understand what is Web of Science and what kind of resources it offers and how it is important for us to be a part of recognized scholar of Web of Science. So let me now differentiate between the various lists of Web of Science. You have the Citation Index expanded and Science Citation Index, and all these, they are part of the core journals. But recently, as I said, ESCI also, another list of journals. The difference between the other journals and this list of journals is that there are journals which are really good, but they are not published so regularly, sometimes only once in a year, sometimes even occasionally also. They're really good, and they need kind of international recognition by Web of Science. So Web of Science has come up with this expanded ESCI list. They enjoy the same kind of prestige and recognition, certainly, except that ESCI journals will not receive impact factor. That's the only difference, but otherwise, for all practical purposes, they enjoy the same status. For example, how to find journals that are India focused in Web of Science. If you go to this site, for example, you just have to do a little bit of keyword search, and it will dredge up journals focused on India. Or if you are interested in some other subject, for instance, English language teaching, ELT, you just type in, and it comes up with the journals. Here you already have one, maybe can't see distinctly, but you have all the journals listed there. And then you have other information also about each of the journals, and you can go to the particular website of the journal and learn more about it. The very fact that this journal is listed by Web of Science, and also you have the sublisting here, which is whether it's ESI and so on and so forth. So you have more information about the journal. And on the basis of that, and by applying various other criteria, you will be able to find the right kind of journal for purposes of publishing your article. So here I just given some examples. So Miranda, ESP Today, because we're all teachers of English. So I thought I should mention a few journals that are part of Web of Science. So here they are. And also you have the further explanation in parentheses, ESCI, ESCI, and so on and so forth. And sometimes, ESCI and Scopus, it means that there is overlapping and the same journal figures in Scopus as well as Web of Science, and or as well as UGC CARE anyway. So there is a possibility of an article of a journal figuring in UGC CARE, Scopus, and ESCI in Web of Science. Then let's try to understand a few things about Scopus. Scopus is maintained by a company again called Elsevier, and some people even get confused whether Scopus is Elsevier or Elsevier is Scopus, and actually both are same. It's a big company, very rich company at that, with a turnover of 1.5 billion US dollars. Normally, you don't associate that kind of money with a publishing house or a company like this, which is related to academics and all that. But this is a really good company with rich resources. And Scopus is run by Elsevier. Right. So what to do once you go to the Scopus source list? You have to become a member of Scopus to be able to make use of Scopus in a substantial way. Just go to this website, okay? And you can do title search, ISSN search, or publisher search if you're looking for a particular journal. And there are other means of searching also. I'll come to that later a bit. And then second step is to register as a user of Scopus. And once you register, and if you are interested in a particular journal or 2 or 3 other journals, you can also set a document alert so that all the articles published in the various issues of these particular journals would be emailed to you. That way you'll be able to keep yourself updated about the material that's being published in the journal of your choice or the journals of your choice. Then Scopus also has an app, Scopus Discovery. It has suddenly disappeared from App Store, but hopefully it will pop up once again. You can also download it from Scopus website, and it has its distinct advantages. And I'll tell you how Scopus Discovery app will be helpful to you in locating the right journal for the material that you have, the article that you have, and also a ready reference in the sense that when a journal figures in Scopus Discovery app, it automatically means that it is part of Scopus and you don't have to have too many doubts about it. So ready reference, it's helpful in that way. And I'm going to tell you a few things as well on about how to use Scopus Discovery app. Then after that, you in the third step, you have to register as a user of RSID. RSID actually means Open Researcher and Contributor ID. And you will notice that if you want to publish an article, send an article to a good journal, they invariably ask you for your RSID ID. And sometimes even when you apply for a job, they ask you for RSID ID. So just imagine how important it is to have an RSID ID. And it's free, by the way. You can become a member of RSID. and you get a digital number. And the reason for this is the RCID ID differentiates you as a scholar from other scholars who might bear the same kind of name or in some other way confusing. And checking on you and your achievements online also becomes easy for potential employers. So you can see my RCID ID here, and it's very easy. Actually, it takes only a few minutes. And RCID and Scopus are interrelated. They are kind of support each other. So you can also import your Scopus publications into RCID. Okay, so it will be very helpful to acquire an RCID ID. Many people don't know this and they get confused. So don't get confused. Go to Scopus, and from there you will be directed. You can reach RCID and you can become an RCID scholar. Then comes this is the which I referred to already. This is a Scopus a web page, search page, and you can search for a journal and search for authors and so on and so forth. Down below, it has other links which will take you to various resources that Scopus has to offer. Okay, you can see here there is a create account, so you can easily create a Scopus account, and from then onwards your Scopus publications would be figuring in Scopus website. It will be very easy for you, and you can also download information on your Scopus publications. And this is RCID ID. You can see this is my own RCID, Rajeshwar Mithupalli, and your articles could figure here if you choose the option. And then you can also register with the Mendeley. Okay, this is also a very helpful website which helps the researchers and increases visibility of researchers. For example, if your articles figure in RCID and Scopus website, a lot of other websites also borrow information from there, and they give free publicity to your material. So you become a well-known scholar by registering with RCID, Mendeley, and Scopus and Web of Science and so on. And at Scopus website, these are the things that you need to do. I said, here there are links here that you can go to those links. So what are those? First, you have to go to the link content coverage and then download the source list, title list. This explains this title list. Actually, it is an Excel file. It lists all the journals that are currently now listed by Scopus. Okay, if it is delisted, it appears in red. So you will know, if you want to know which journal is really listed in Scopus, you have to download this Scopus source list. Okay, and Scopus also recognizes books usually published by big publication houses, and articles and book chapters published in these books figure in Scopus article-wise or chapter-wise separately. Okay, so you have to download that book list also. Sometimes an editor may ask you for a chapter, and you might want to send your submission, your article, but you're not sure whether that book is going to be listed in Scopus or not. So you can ask the editor concerned whether it would be part of Scopus, and that way you can claim your Scopus status for your book chapter. And then Scopus also lists discontinued sources from Scopus, and this is equally important in the sense that sometimes, Scopus does elimination process every 6 months or so. Sometimes there is a possibility of a journal figuring in source title list, but which has already been delisted or discontinued. But if it is discontinued, it will certainly be in the discontinued source list. So before choosing a journal, you have to look up the source title list and also discontinued sources from Scopus. All these are downloadable. It takes only a minute to download all these. So it's important to have the latest information in order not to make any kind of mistakes. You may end up sending an article to a journal which might have been part of Scopus, but which is not listed by Scopus, and you will be unnecessarily it will be making a mistake, and you will think that it is a Scopus publication when actually it is not. So I'm no brand ambassador for these publication houses, but these are the usual publication houses, respectable publishing houses, whose journals normally figure in Elsevier Scopus, in Web of Science, and even in other, lists anyway. So Taylor and Francis, Elsevier journals itself, Oxford Academic, ACTA, ACM, Bentham Science. Let me repeat, I am no brand ambassador for them, but you need to have some leads. Where is the information available? How to go about finding an article, a journal for publication purposes. If you go to website of all these, say for example, Elsevier journals, if you search for journals focused on English, for example, you have 45 of them almost, arts and humanities. So you go to those journals and try to locate the right journal, learn about it, and then submit your article, your paper. So you need to have some information. We can't talk in vacuum, So I have to mention these publication houses. Similarly, there are other corporate publishing houses. Continuation, Sage is a respectable publishing house. There are more than 20 journals on language and linguistics alone. Springer is equally good, 80 journals. And Springer follows what is called a hybrid publishing model. If you are puzzled by this phrase, what is hybrid publishing model? Let me explain that publishing journals is difficult. It involves money. So technically, we are not supposed to publish an article in any journal which charges money, but to give the devil his due, if the journal is very good but is starved of money and funds and all that, they have come up with a new model, which is a hybrid publishing model, which means if you don't want to pay, once your article is accepted, if you don't want to pay, that's absolutely fine. You don't need to pay. But your article will not be visible or can't be downloaded by people. So if you are happy with that, if you want to make do with that, that's fine. But the most important thing is the reason why we publish articles is that they should be accessible to people. And in this model, if you if the article can't be downloaded unless people pay, and the possibility is that nobody would, except maybe one or two, nobody would download it and nobody reads it, and nothing. You will not be known as a scholar. But on the other hand, if you pay some money, article processing fee or whatever they call it, then it's possible for people to download it, and that way the visibility of your article tremendously improves. So you should make a choice. You should make a decision in the beginning itself whether to pay or not to pay. You're absolutely free to pay or not to pay. This is a hybrid publishing model, and some publishing houses resort to this. It's okay with them, I guess. So there are also these ELT focused journals, and many people, every second day, every third day, I get a phone call from well-meaning friends who ask me for information. The professor, where are the Scopus journals focused on ELT? Many people have no clue as such. So here is, I have come up with a list of these journals. You can see in parentheses, Scopus and ESCI Scopus and something else, Scopus and something else. So you can see mostly Scopus. All these journals, wherever they are published, they are Scopus. Sometimes one journal may disappear from Scopus, but as I said already, before you actually send your paper to a journal, you have to make sure and doubly sure that that particular journal is currently listed by Scopus and Web of Science, and obviously also UGC CARE. And you have other publishing houses like Inner Science. They also publish a big number of journals. All of them are Scopus journals, and it also follows. You have to register there, and you can also monitor the progress of your article from day one till it is published. Usually Scopus journals take time to process your articles, but it's worth it, worth the wait. And Inner Science also follows the same publishing model, okay, which I explained a short while ago. And there are other journals like this, Scopus listed Indian journals. This is now disappeared from Scopus, unfortunately, because of misuse of Scopus status. But you have this economic, the EPW, for example, and IUP journal, Rupkatha journal, Indian Journal of Gender Science, and Sage Open. These are all Scopus listed journals. Just for your idea, because we are basically talking here about how to publish. So if I simply say you publish in a Scopus journal, you might wonder, what is a Scopus journal? Where are they? Where do I find it? I have to give you some information. So here is that information. And you will see that following most of these journals, you have a further explanation. You can see Q4, Q4, Q3, Q2. What is this? Q4, Q2, etc. Q stands for quartile. A journal, depending on what kind of status it enjoys, so it would be assigned quartile 1, 2, 3, 4. Quartile 1 is very difficult to achieve, but quartile 3 to 4 are possible. And even to have a Q4 status is also a great achievement. So you have to look at these quartiles, and in Scopus website also, quartiles are mentioned very often, and you can look up the journal status. If you can publish in a Q1 journal, nothing like it, but at the very least, publish in a Q4 journal. Then, how to locate the right journal to match your article, which I've been sporadically referring to. One is keyword search at any of these websites, You can use keyword search like ELT, teaching, India, learning, gender, and so on and so forth. At Elsevier, they have a journal, Elsevier Journal Finder at the Elsevier site. And by means of keyword search, by often also posting your title and abstract, Elsevier Journal Finder would suggest a journal for your purposes. Okay, and there are other websites like this, Shodh Sindhu, and Scopus Discovery app, which I mentioned already, where in Scopus Discovery app, all that you need to do is, for example, go to this. Where is Scopus? Yeah, here it is. So you have an article that has primarily to do with English for specific purposes. Your article has to do with that. It may have the same words or not, but assuming that it has to do with English for specific purposes. Now, let me give away a trade secret here. What you have to do is at Scopus Discovery app, type these keywords, and then it will dredge up various journals that have published already similar kind of articles. Okay, and you close in on one or the other of these journals, because they already have a publication history of publishing similar articles. So the chances of your article being selected dramatically improve if you send an article to a journal which is already has history of publishing similar articles. So this is a trade secret. So this is one way of making use of Scopus Discovery app. Okay, and at Web of Science, where also I said you can become a member and you can do keyword search, go to the journal, go to the journal's website and learn all about the journal's website and about the journal policies and so on and so forth. So by making all these efforts, it's possible for you to close in on the right kind of journal. And that's very important step, because sending an article to any journal that comes to your mind is not exactly a wise thing to do. Then edited volumes also, which I refer to, Scopus lists edited volumes. You have to make sure beforehand whether that volume is going to be Scopus listed or not. For example, let me give an example here. See, this is one of my own articles published in Hong Kong, translating Indian culture from diaspora, co-authored by Alessandro Monti, is a professor in the University of Turin, where I taught for some time. So you can see my name here. This is a book chapter, okay, chapters in this book. Similarly, there are many books that are listed by Scopus, and if you have a mind to send a chapter to a Scopus listed or a book that is going to be Scopus listed, it will finally appear in this Scopus website. Okay. At Scopus conferences as well, you should be doubly sure here. Many conference organizers keep saying that it's going to be a Scopus journal, a Scopus conference, and ultimately it may be or may not be a Scopus conference, but that's why you have to make sure. And one thing that you can do is you can submit it, you can present a paper here and improve on it against the background of the discussion that took place at the conference, and then send it to a good journal, which is Scopus journal. Okay. And in the beginning, I told you that there are a lot of journals which have been discontinued. I'm sorry for them, but part of the responsibility lies with them. Why, after having achieved Scopus status, why did they allow it to go? Because they misused that status. Very unfortunate, and I have nothing against any of these journals, but as a counselor, as a scholar, I feel bad about them, and I suggest to fellow scholars that we should be constantly, you know, uh, constantly making efforts to eliminate journals from our consideration. Journals uh, that have been removed from the Scopus list, and they have been removed for misusing the Scopus status, unfortunately. So these are some of the journals, unfortunate, but can't help it. And there is a other list of journals which falsely claim Scopus listing, for that matter, UGC listing. So these are called cloned versions of journals. You know, in human cloning and cloning of animals, I'm sure you are aware of this. In sciences, they know for sure. What happens there is, you know, some genes or whatever is taken from an animal, and then a similar animal is created. It's called cloning. So what is happening now in India is a lot of organizations, shadowy organizations, which run journals, and they give themselves a title which sounds the same as an established Scopus journal, and invite articles and collect money, and falsely claim to be Scopus journals. Scopus, and people who send articles also falsely believe that they have actually published in Scopus journals. They in fact claim the same ISSN, which is not good. You know, ISSN is a unique number to given to a journal. So here, for example, a journal here, and this is a false cloned journal, and here it is the real journal, you know, published by National Poetry Foundation and the University of Maine. And UGC has luckily come up with, you know, two lists of journals claiming to be UGC care journals, and journals claiming to be Scopus and Web of Science journals. And UGC has separate lists. You can go to UGC care here, and you have this one journal here, which is the real journal, the genuine one, and here is the cloned version. The problem here is a lot of people seem to get some kind of vicarious satisfaction in publishing in these journals, and they file their articles with their managements, and managements also don't seem to worry too much about it. And the whole thing is against ethical norms. So somewhere this vicious circle has to be broken, and the best way of doing that is to popularize and pass on knowledge about these journals, and this is what currently we are now doing at the moment. And this is not one journal, two journals, by the way, dozens of them. Dozens of them falsely claiming care listing status and Scopus listing and all. And also there are some shadowy organizations which promise to publish your articles in these journals. You know, you get this kind of emails, and you should be very, very careful about them. They are not being very honest with you. And now, for the next 15-20 minutes or so, we will focus on how to achieve publication success in Scopus, which also means Web of Science and UGC care journals. For purposes of easy description, I have just confined myself to Scopus. So what happens is, first of all, try to understand what kind of material you have, whether it is a short communication. Some journals publish short communications, review articles, or a research article. Okay, so a regular article, I mean. The best bet is for publication purposes, success purposes, you have to come up with a research article, okay, empirical or otherwise, but a research article with proper documentation and so on. So the chance of your being published dramatically increases. Secondly, what you have to do is, like in every other aspect, if you want to acquire a skill, if you want to acquire knowledge, you have to make an effort, right? So to be able to write a good article, you have to read at least 50 articles in Scopus journals. 50 articles, that's a minimum in order to understand what is the level of the language, what kind of documentation style is being used, and the general format of the language. You see, for example, you see here, abstract, for example. We normally have a vague idea of what an abstract is. So sometimes the journal itself specifies, but generally an abstract has to mention, whether with a subheading or not, background, aim, methodology, results, conclusion, and keywords. So these are few things that we need to learn by hard efforts. There's no other way. Okay. And the third thing is, let your article be well written. It's like in life, one can live life well and one can simply live life. So writing an article is not enough. Writing an article well is what is necessary. And that means many things. First of all, it has to make some original contribution to knowledge. It doesn't have to be of the same level of Einstein. I don't mean to say that. If it adds 0.0001% to the existing body of knowledge in your field, you have already made a contribution. Okay, so there is some originality. There should be some originality in what you have written, and the language, of course, should be good. The documentation style should be impeccable, and all other protocols have to be observed. And talent and hard work, yes. The methodology and the documentation style, which I already mentioned. Let me just add one thing here. Many people are also puzzled about which documentation style I have to use. Now, it depends on the journal's in-house style sometimes, or they simply mention you have to follow APA style or MLS style or Chicago style. If they suggest the journal policy is to follow APS style, then just follow it. Okay. And if you think that learning APS style is a very difficult or MLS style is very difficult, let me tell you, it's really not difficult. It takes maybe a couple of days for you to gain reasonably good familiarity and a level of not exactly mastery, but a certain level of knowledge about APS style in just a couple of days. And you can go, in fact, to this OWL Purdue website. You just can type in Google OWL Purdue. This is a website, and where you have APA, MLA, Chicago, every style that you might need. And it will be possible to learn the essential information about APA and APA style formatting and various other things at this site. And it takes only 1 day, not more than that. But you have to follow the style that the journal prescribes. If you use a different style, change it. The moment you want to send it to a particular journal, it follows a different style, you change the style. That's as simple as that. Then after having written your article, your paper, you have to revise. Many people think revising is only once. Actually, you have to revise at least a dozen times. Sometimes give yourself a day's break or 2 days break before revising. And in the meantime, read a little and then return to your paper. And you will be able to, you'll see for yourself how you begin to see your paper in a different light each time you revise it. Each time you revise it, you will be adding something new to it. And this is in case of major revisions. And there are also minimum 24 minor revisions. In this case, there may be just replacing one phrase or reframing a sentence and whatever it happens to be, but you have to be 100% sure of the completeness of your article in terms of language, in terms of documentation, in terms of formatting and every other aspect. Okay, then have it read and field tested by friends. Nothing wrong with that. Let them know about it. It's not as if it's a great discovery and they will be stealing the ideas from you. It's not like that. So have it field tested, because they'll be able to tell you what is wrong with it. They may point out something that needs to be improved and so on and so forth. Okay. And then look up the journals that are most likely to publish, which I already said. You can do keyword search at Elsevier, at Web of Science, and several other places. And sometimes it's helpful to keep your topic a little general, because you will be able to place it with a larger number of journals, but that's only a kind of again a trade secret. But if you think that your article focuses on one particular thing, it's better to keep to that and send to the right journal only. And try to learn, study the target journal, its in-house style, its standards. Sometimes it maintains very high standards, and if you think that the standard of your article is not matching, better don't consider it. Spin the plate and go to some other journal. Nothing wrong. Otherwise, improve your article to match the standards of the particular journal. Okay. And frequency of the publication is also very important. Some journals are published only once in 6 months, once in 3 months, and so on. If a journal is published every month, it will be better, at least bi-monthly. That's even better. But the minimum is 4 to achieve publication success. And also the aims and scope of the journal has to be studied. And this is very important. Number 14 is important because some journals give these statistics, which is the date of receipt of the article and the date of publication, acceptance, and then the date of publication. If there is a long gap between the date of receipt and publication, don't consider that journal, because if it takes a whole 1 year, and there are some journals which take as long, you have to reconsider your decision and try to go to a different journal which has a more friendly time table of this kind. And then submission guidelines you have to know, and this is very important. Copy editing services, and people think that they have already written it very well and already field tested and peer reviewed and all that, but still there might be a need for copy editing services, and some journals suggest this possibility themselves. They also charge a little money if it is not very heavy, a matter of 1,000 too. They sometimes do a good job. Nothing wrong with that, making use of those services. And always use your institutional official email ID when you send an article to a journal, because that automatically puts you in a different league. It assures them that you are a genuine scholar associated with a respectable institution. So use always only your email ID email ID given by email ID given by your institutions called institutional email ID. Then always add RCID ID as well. And if you have a profile, a link in your institution website, always add that. And this might come as a big surprise. Pay APC, we have always been saying that paid journals are bad things, but as I said, in the hybrid publication model, if your journal is if your article is selected, and if they're charging something for it, by all means pay it, because those journals are very good. They charge only because they need that money to run the journal. They maintain the standards anyway, so don't worry too much about it. Then you can set up an email alert of the journal's website that will keep you updated, or otherwise you can keep checking on it once in a while. And then try to build some online presence. This is very important. Try to acquire RCID ID, try to acquire Publan ID, try to acquire Google Scholar ID, and publish something. Sometimes it need not even be research articles. There are many websites where you can publish popular kind of essays. And if you have already published some articles, and if there is no copyright issue, then you can republish them in ResearchGate, Archive.org, and Academia Edu, Scribe-D. Please pronounce it as Scribe-D, not Scribed. So, and also network with the scholars in your field. This is very important. And in these days, it is so very easy to network. You have emailing lists, you have WhatsApp groups, you have so many ways of reaching out and discussing matters with scholars. Sometimes, you can even post something that's puzzling you, and it's possible in social media websites. Well-meaning friends might come up with a suggestion. It happened with me some time back. I was struggling with a keyword, whether this is correct keyword for my article or not. I posted it in a group, and lo and behold, in a matter of a few minutes, somebody suggested a good keyword, and it was so very helpful. So networking is done this way. There are so many websites and so many groups, so many associations and organizations, professional bodies. You might have heard about LTI and ICLALS and all that. You become a member. They usually charge a little, maybe 1,000 or 2, but it's worth it because they put you in touch with the latest. They also publish some journals, and you will be in touch with established scholars. You have chance to learn a lot of things from these scholars. It's always good to be in touch with the right people. Okay, and I said earlier on that after making every possible effort, if your article is still not accepted, there could be any number of reasons, but some of these reasons are too unpalatable. So let me mention them. Some people, accept what are called ghost, guest, and gift authorship. In this case, what really happens is these are matters to be discussed backstage, but we are speaking here in all possible honesty. And so let me mention these things. There are some people, some unscrupulous people, who offer you these possibilities. You pay something and they do the dirty job, but you never accept such offers. Be a good scholar. Write your own article. Put your heart and soul into it. Okay, emerge as a good scholar. That will give you great psychological satisfaction. But in spite of that, if anybody accepts this kind of offers, be sure that will be rejected, because these days everything is online and can be checked. and resorting to plagiarism. And there are some ways of circumventing plagiarism these days, I am told. So never, never be guilty of plagiarism. Write a genuine article. Use your own language. If it is not up to the mark, improve it rather than depend on plagiarism. But in spite of that, if anybody resorts to plagiarism, take it for granted that it will be rejected, and it reflects, terribly on our reputation and even on the reputation of our institution. Always be honest. And these fake offers of publication, which I mentioned a short while ago, you see these, just keep them away at arm's length. Don't ever even consider those offers, because they won't work in your favor in the ultimate analysis. So there are other reasons, like if your manuscript is outside the journal's aims and scope, it could be rejected. And if it doesn't conform to the writing style and the word limit and documentation style of the journal, it could be rejected. And this rejection is called outright or desk rejection. I have been editor of a journal for 6 long years. Okay. And there were occasions when I rejected articles outright because they did not meet the word limit and documentation style and writing style standards. So this is desk rejection, straight away rejected, and no further explanation. And so never even consider put yourself in such a vulnerable situation. Always keep to the writing style of the journal concerned, keep to the word limit, keep to many other requirements. And then also parallel and simultaneous and multiple submissions. This is also now easily discoverable, and journals would reject it. Fabrication or manipulation of data, that is also not good, because some people falsely, shall we say, cook up the data, which is very bad thing to do. Some people do it and it can be discovered. You see, genuineness always shows through the pages. Then unclear hypotheses, lack of supporting evidence, and dated resources. This is another important thing, because some people refer to a book that was published in 1960. What relevance does it have now, except as history? So always refer to sources that are latest, which show that you are in touch with the latest scholarship in your field. So 5 years, 6 years is max. Always refer to the latest sources to demonstrate that you are in touch with the latest in your field. And if on the other hand, you refer to sources which are 30, 40, 50 years, editors, including me, feel the temptation to straight away reject your article, because this is not latest. The scholarship is not relevant to modern times. So poor analysis, wrong research methodology, inconclusive results, and violation of research standards, including plagiarism. But there is another word here, the phrase salami slicing. This usually happens with people who write, let's say, a research report in 100 pages or so. What they do is they slice it up. They divide it into 4 different articles, pretty much saying the same thing in every article, but with a little bit of shuffling up and down and changing the language here and there. It appears to be new, it appears to be a good article, but basically all the articles are doing pretty much the same thing. So this is called salami slicing. I never do it. If your project is worthy of only 1 article, just prepare a very good article and publish it. Otherwise, it doesn't look nice to duplicate the same material, same ideas, clothing it in a new language. Then assuming that you have published an article, congratulations. Is that the end of it? No. There are things that you can do afterwards as well, follow-up action, which is if your article is published in a Scopus journal or a Web of Science journal, it automatically gets a lot of publicity. Okay, but on your own, you can do a few things. First of all, ensure that it is published, it is reflecting in the Scopus website. Okay, Scopus website means, let me go back to this. Your article should reflect like this. Even before that, there was another, I think I mentioned. Yeah. Where is it? At Scopus website, your article should reflect like this. Okay, journal details and data publication, Scopus logo, and all this. If anybody claims to have published in a Scopus journal, but can't produce this argument, this document, okay, it is downloadable in most cases. Okay, you can also access it on your own from your Scopus website, your Scopus link, personal link. All right. So in most cases, what happens is people publish in the so-called cloned journals. Okay, and they can't produce a document like this because the material published in cloned journals does not reflect in the Scopus website. So the hallmark of actually publishing an article in a Scopus journal is this: it has to reflect in Scopus website. That's it. Okay. Anybody claiming to have published in a Scopus journal but can't produce this document is exactly not being honest. All right. So here is another of my articles. The subaltern saga continues. This is published where? IUP Journal of English Studies. Okay, it's reflecting in Scopus website. All right. So you have to ensure, sometimes it doesn't reflect immediately. You can also write to Scopus, giving all these details and giving them a PDF, and they'll immediately post it there. Sometimes journals take their own time to share their information with Scopus. If you are in a hurry, then you can write to Scopus, sending the PDF, and they will have it posted there, and it starts reflecting. All right. And then you can also follow it up with a few other things and see that it is reflecting in SSRN, Social Sciences Research Network, Questia, EBSCO, ResearchGate, and all these things. It starts reflecting. Okay, that gives visibility. Part of the purpose is said already in the beginning. Part of the purpose for publishing anything, for sharing anything with the world, is to give it as much publicity as possible and let as many people know about it as possible. So you have to ensure that the whole thing is figuring in various different places and sites. Okay, and that's just about all I wanted to say. In fact, a lot of things can be discussed. I'm told that you are all beginner scholars and middle-level scholars who are beginning to publish papers. So I'm sure I've given you some important information. You can take it further, learn a lot of things on your own, and come up with good papers and approach the right journals and achieve publication success. And I think I'll stop there. And before I stop, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity of sharing my knowledge with as many as 40 participants, I guess. Oh, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Dr.
For,
Nitonde,
yes, sir. Thank you,
uh,
sir, for your valuable guidelines, guides, the detailed, in-depth analysis of the research paper publishing, and everything that you displayed on the screen, as well as you uttered, uh, was not only recorded by the machine, but also the people participant who were there in the meeting.
mhm,
Even if you look at the chat box, earlier participants were reluctant to chat in the box, but
mhm.
for this session, most of them they have uh, written their comments, and everybody is very much satisfied. And the satisfaction of these budding scholars, academicians, the future scholars of English, is uh, that matters for us.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
sole purpose of this training is to train them to write quality research papers and get them published in the reputed journals, particularly the Web of Science journals or Scopus Index journals. So,
yeah.
really, on behalf of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College, Parvani, I thank Professor M. Rajeshwar, sir, for his scholarly presentation and wise advice. The next resource person is with us. But prior to that, I would like to ask participants if they have one or two questions quickly, we can ask the questions to Professor M. Rajeshwar.
Sure.
Those participants who are willing to ask the question may raise their hands. Only one question, please. As I believe that professor's presentation was itself self-explanatory, and you spoke, sir, in a such a clear way that participants they are convinced to even say something when they are fully prepared. As you said, don't publish until and unless you are fully prepared. So all of us we will prepare ourselves well, revise and revise our draft for a number of times, and then we'll go for publication. So we
Sure.
will remember this advice, and in future also we expect same kind of support from you. Thank you, Professor Rajeshwar, sir.
Thank you so much. And before I go, if any participant wishes to contact me for advice, okay, uh, please share my email ID with him or her. I would be able to certainly help. And there were occasions in the past when some participants, sought my advice, and lo and behold, they were able to finally publish their papers in Scopus journals.
That's
So
so kind of you, sir.
I would certainly be very happy to offer any kind of help and support to the young scholars here in achieving publication success. So do share my email ID with them.
Certainly.
I would be more than willing to help them in future.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir. Once again, I will be sharing Professor M. Rajeshwar's email ID with all of the participants. And thank you for this generosity, Professor Rajeshwar, sir. We'll need you because all of them they want to see themselves in this Scopus Index, and very soon they will be contacting you. And the main aim of the STRIDE scheme of UGC is to establish national level network of the academicians of the discipline. So in this manner, we have connected with today Professor M. Rajeshwar in this network of the teachers joined for this UGC STRIDE Research Capacity Enhancement Program. Thank you, sir,
Thank you.
and
I
dear participants.
wish them all the very best, and thank you once again. Bye bye.
Bye bye, sir. Dear friends, now we have the next speaker with us, that is Professor Jagdish Joshi sir, who is the Director, Academics College earlier, and now UGC Human Resource Development Center, Gujarat University, Gujarat, Ahmedabad. May I request Professor Joshi sir to turn on his video. Thank you, sir, and most welcome here in this program. On behalf of MSP Mandals Sri Shivaji College Parbhani, I take great pleasure to invite Professor Jagdish Joshi sir to address the audience here. But before we listen to Professor Jagdish Joshi sir, let me take a couple of minutes to introduce this program to Professor Joshi sir. Sir, this is a UGC sponsored stride scheme unit at MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College Parbhani, and this is the first program, training program conducted. You have conducted thousands of programs, but this is our seminal attempt, and here we are having 40 participants who are related to the discipline of English, and they want to hone their career in research in related to English language as well as the other disciplines which are closely associated with English. And participants are very attentive, sincere, and really they want to learn something because all of them, they are well aware that this course is in no way going to be encashed for cash. All of them, they are voluntarily participating in this course, and none has asked so far to me, sir, whether this certificate will be equivalent to that of HRDC certificate. And so this is a unique FDP in that sense, because here participants truly want to learn, and we have learned so many things. While introducing you, I will say that friends, as in earlier session we were talking about participant friends, as in the earlier session we were talking about publishing in the research journals with high reputation and having credentials and creating impact. As in the introductory talk that I delivered yesterday, I told all of you that UGC is having stride scheme in three components. Component number one is this present one, research capacity building. Component number two is for the mid-career faculty, and component number three is for the eminent faculty like our today's resource person, that is Professor Jagdish Joshi sir, and people. Why I am mentioning Professor Jagdish Joshi sir like that? Because he is a person who has created a sizable impact on academia in the field of English language and literature in India as well as outside our country at the global level also. We are having him with us. Before I introduce you, I would like to share a screenshot with you so that you would get an idea what the credentials of Professor Jagdish Joshi sir are. Just a moment, please. I hope you can see my screen. Yes, this is the man who's going to advise, guide, and uh, help us, and we would be developing ourselves. See, friends, this is the Vidwan profile of Professor Jagdish Joshi sir on UGC InclibNet database, and I wish all the participants in this course to be soon in the Vidwan database. And see, 10 is the highest score. 10 is the highest score, and out of 10, Professor Joshi sir's uh, score is 9.4, articles 82, 7 conferences, 7 books, projects, and most striking thing what I like most is, let us go little down. See this. What a wonderful network of co-authors. 59. Oh my God. So this is what shows Professor Jagdish Joshi's enthusiasm and cooperative nature. He has collaborated with 59 authors that I can see, but I'm sure he might have collaborated with double than this number in actual. And this is what the InclibNet has catched through their robos. Okay, maybe in reality, in physical form, he has cooperated more than 100 co-authors with whom he has published. So such a wonderful person is with us. Oh, okay, you can have so many things. We can know so many things about Professor Jagdish Joshi sir, but I would just say only a couple of things about him, because it would be inapt if I forget to say something about Professor Joshi sir. And that I want to tell you is, see friends, Professor Jagdish Joshi is the professor and director UGC HRDC, Gujarat University, Gujarat. And then, in addition to that, he is also the president of Indian Association for Canadian Studies. He is also coordinator of MHRD RP, that is Annual Refresher Program in English Language Teaching, and National Testing Agency MHRD. And I must tell you that I am the participant of the first batch of RP in ELT conducted by Professor Jagdish Joshi sir. He is closely associated with over 8 national and international professional bodies, and actively engaged in teaching, training, research, translation, editing, compilation, consultancy, and social activity. Really a personality, versatile personality, I would say. He has been imparting professional training to college and university teachers, administrative officers of universities and colleges, research scholars, principals, etc., since 2005. He was felicitated with National Award for Education by United Nations Organization, that is UNO, in 2006. He visited about 19 countries, namely China, South Korea, Dubai, UAE, Muscat, Thailand, Nepal, Hong Kong, Mauritius, London, UK, Germany, Austria, Netherlands, France, Switzerland, Canada, Kazakhstan, Russia, etc., for various academic assignments. He is also a member of International Council of Canadian Studies, Canada, is Executive Council of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, New Delhi, Executive Council of Gujarat University, Gujarat, Board of Management Studies, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Academic Council member of Gujarat University, the MS University of Baroda, Saurashtra University, KSKV Kutch University, Indus University, IIT Gandhinagar, and Kadi Sarva Vishwa Vidyalaya. That means almost every university in the state of Gujarat. He is closely associated with the higher education system, not only in Gujarat, but in the country. And he is the man who is training several people, as well as he has published, as I said, that hundreds of articles. And then he has designed 150 courses and trained 9,000 teacher learners through Swayam program, and it was the second highest number of participants course in the Swayam portal in 2019. So this is the record that he has done. In addition to that, as a research supervisor, he has guided 15 doctoral theses, and also he has completed one major research project from UGC, which assessed the major research projects in English by UGC. And he has also delivered several talks in the public domain as well. But moreover, he is frequently contributing to TV, radio, and satellite programs, as well as e-journals. I feel proud and privileged to have today with us our esteemed resource person, Honorable Professor Jagdish Joshi sir. Uh, though I could not explain each and every aspect of this versatile personality, but I think that through Professor Joshi sir's talk, participants would really come to know many hidden aspects of Professor Jagdish Joshi sir's personality. In a nutshell, I would say there's no need to introduce Professor Jagdish Joshi, but It is a dire need of we, the young researchers, to follow Professor Jagdish Joshi. You are, sir, really an icon for the budding scholars of English. Thank you, sir, and over to you, Professor Jagdish Joshi, sir.
Namaskar, and thank you very much, Rohidas ji, for such an elaborate introduction. I was thinking at some points that really he is talking about me, or as a friend, he is admiring me more than what I am. But thank you for your very kind words. Good afternoon to all the participants. Greetings from UGC Human Resource Development Center of Gujarat University. First of all, I would like to congratulate MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani, for getting this UGC Stride project. It is one of very ambitious project of Government of India and very ambitious project of UGC. So first of all, I congratulate the college, the team of the college, the trustees, the principal, and whole team who worked after this project, and they got succeeded in getting this project. The project is on research capacity enhancement, and that is very interesting, particularly when they are doing it in English language and literature. I'm so happy to learn about it. The UGC Stride Cell is organizing this program. And as I was told by Rohidas ji, that this is the first program. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with friends in the very first program. I compliment, congratulate, and extend my heartfelt gratitude, best wishes to the team. I would like to congratulate Principal Bala Sahib Jadhav ji for really synergizing such a team, like Rohidas ji and other people who we cannot see here on the floor, but they are working on the background. Because I know when I work with a lot of projects, I know that how much background work is required and how much teamwork is required. So I congratulate Bala Sahib ji. And Rohidas ji is the person whom we must congratulate for coordinating such a nice program and roping all of us together to learn from each other. I'm going to talk on scope and directions of research in English language teaching. That is what we have discussed, and that is what I would like to focus on. Friends, I would like to tell you that I have carried out a research project. My major research project was on researches in English only. I have reviewed several major research projects, PhD theses in Western region of India. That included Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, and couple of other parts of India. So I have, and that project was completed long ago. So during those days, this internet was not this much fast, and we were not able to get this Shodh Ganga kind of facility. So the project was like, I was looking at annotated bibliographies. I was looking at the thesis, the research critically, and then preparing annotated bibliography of it. That gave me a lot information about the researches which are going on in India. That gave me a chance to look at, to peep into the ocean of research. And that was really very useful. I'm using a lot of data out of that for this particular presentation, which I'm making in front of you. When we talk of ELT, friends, English language teaching, it is not something very new to us. All of us are aware of what ELT is. All of have heard about ELT, as I'm told by Rohidas ji, that most of the students and most of the scholars and teachers, they belong to the professors, they belong to English only. So it's not new for the professors of English, the research scholars of English. But friends, I would like to tell you that it was a time when ELT was not looked upon as something very interesting or as something very much of importance. People used to look at ELT as, okay, we should study as something secondary, and literature was given prime importance. It was a time. I very well remember that, being a part of many board of studies of different universities, I was a part of very active discussion, and scholars and senior professors used to say, why to include ELT in English language, in English literature? So we will not give space to ELT. But the scene has changed. We all are aware that what is happening, what is the past. I told you, just gave you a brief idea. We all are aware of present. and we all are aware of the future also. Whenever we talk of compulsory English, whenever we talk of general English, whenever we talk of teaching English, whenever we talk of teaching English skills, so when we look at English as a language, ELT comes into picture. So ELT is something which has to play a role whenever we talk of language, more of a language. And when we say language teaching, it includes language teaching. At the same time, it includes language learning. And at the same time, it includes language assessment. So when we say ELT, it has three broad categories or three broad aspects: teaching, learning, and assessment. These are the areas which are to be think of. I will try to focus purely on what kind of areas you can carry out for your research. Friends, before I tell you anything about it, I would like to show you a little bit that this is what, if you'll go to Shodh Ganga, you will get. Just I'm showing you the screen. I don't want to go with it. When I have scrolled that, see, I just don't want to tell you that this is what I fished, but I would like to teach you fishing also. So if you go to Shodh Ganga and if you just keep a strike keyword as ELT, what you get is you are getting about 1,928 PhD thesis. This is what you get. I know, as you also are aware of, that this all 1,928 theses do not belong to ELT because it catches words, maybe nearby words also. But then also there are about more than 1,000 researches on ELT nowadays, and these are all Indian PhD researches. So later on, leisurely, you can look at this, and this will also give you very good idea about that what kind of researches are going on in India. Doing a bibliometric study, doing a research on what kind of areas are covered in ELT, that is a research in itself. So I just could listen to the concluding remarks of the last session, but in the last session, I guess you were discussing about quality research production in terms of research paper. So you can think of developing some research paper using this data as a primary data or as a secondary data, and you can produce some research papers. That will also be very interesting for any of you if you are interested in. Just I will read 2-3 titles for you. And the titles say, Language Testing in Communicative, ELT, a Study of Theory and Practice. See, a very interesting title that was carried out in 2014. So we can work in the area of theory. We can work in the area of practice. I don't want to talk more about it at present, but just I'm showing you the way, how can you find better researches or what is going on in the trend. Let's have a look at the another thesis here. It says energizing English language teaching with selected technologies and ELT approach. So that also talk about approach. Earlier one was theory and practice. This is about approach. If you look at the third one, language testing in communicative ELT, a study of theory and practice. So it almost matches with the theory and practice, which was done earlier. I'm not going to read more than 5. The fourth one is study of English language teaching, that is ELT, in the tribal region of southern Rajasthan state, status issues and challenges. Yeah, status issues and challenges, because it doesn't take comma and full stop there. That's why it looks like that. The title looks like that. So it talks about study of English language teaching in tribal region, status, issues and challenges. And the last one, which I am going to read just for you today for now, is news bulletins in ELT lexical study. See, now I am just scrolling through it and it goes on, it goes on. I have kept it to 100. So this is one of the area you can look at, and I'm reading the last title, a stylistic approach to the teaching of literature in English. See, these all are almost related to ELT, and they are very interesting and very useful to us. Now I would like to take you to one more resource which will be very useful to you, and this resource is academia.edu. This is also a very interesting resource. This academia.edu, it can give you idea about what exactly is going on in present in academia. So here there are related topics to ELT. And when it says ELT, it talks about related topics also. These related topics are ELT, pronunciation, pronunciation teaching, teaching English pronunciation, English language teaching, material development for ELT classes, English language teaching, English as a foreign language. These are the broad areas. It has just looked at related topics. But if you'll go through this, you will again get a lot of ideas about exactly which are the areas, which are the latest areas on which research is going on. Now let me take you to one more interesting platform. This is a SlideShare. All of you are aware of SlideShare. And there you will get a lot of, I don't think I have to talk about. This is very interesting source. I am just copying this and keeping it in the chat box. So as a chat, I'll keep it so that what you can do is you can download this. This is something which is very interesting. I thought this is interesting. So yeah, I have kept it in chat box. You can use this link and you can download it later on. This is basically a very interesting work. Let me take you to the first page of this. The title is Research in ELT. A very good resource, a very good book, 28 pages. It has several research papers in this. How or what kind of researches in ELT can be carried out by different people. So this resource, I have already shared it with you. So you can download it, or I'll mail it to sir also. So you can download, sir can share it with you. See, here basically this was a program like this. Rohit Das, this is also a very good idea. Maybe this program, these people have collected the presentations. You have done remarkable work that you are going to keep everything on YouTube. So anybody can see it anytime. I'm very happy with that. So maybe
sir, sorry to interrupt you. Though it seems that it is live on YouTube, but it is just private live. It is for the sake of recording this. The present PC that I am operating, it is also recording, as well as our server is recording, and YouTube server will also be recording. So we are recording it and sharing it only to the participants, 40 participants that are with us. And one more thing, we are going to record these talks and publish them in the form of a textbook, and we would provide it free of cost to the participants.
Very good, Rohit Das.
Sorry for the interruption.
Rohit Das is very active. I tell you, just it was in my mind, Rohit Das, that I was thinking to suggest you that you should go for publication in this way, but you already thought of it. See, friends, so if you will be in network of such a people who are proactive like Rohit Das ji, and I know that all of you are very proactive, that's why you have joined this program. You will be able to learn a lot and you will be able to grow together with such friends. So I don't think that I have to go for anything else related to that. The last two things which I would like to show you here is, this is a Google Scholar. And I know that all of you know how to use Google Scholar. When you go to Google, just go to Google and search any research. In Google, ask for Google Scholar. When it takes you to Google Scholar, see, I have searched this much only. Research in ELT. And it has shown me the latest publications which we can see of different people. And here I can see different publications. You can decide your time frame. You can go for customization. That all you know. I don't think I have to teach you. But here also you get a lot of things related to ELT. So these are some resources, some things which I thought I should show you. One last thing which I wanted to show you is British Council. They have a lot of researches on ELT, lot of resources on ELT, and you can later on go to it. See, if you go to A to Z content, it will show you action research, it will show you influential teacher, and lot of changing challenges, lot of things. So later on after my session, you can go to this. These are the resources which I wanted to open to you. I know many of you may have already seen this. Many of you would have already used this. But I thought that it is my duty when I'm talking on researches in English, particularly in ELT, I should take you to some resources which I myself use, and they can be of use to you also. Now let's come back to what I was talking about. Today, what I thought is I am going to suggest you some areas, some titles some roundabout titles for research in ELT. Because I would like to tell you the scope and direction of researches in English language teaching. What is the scope and what are the directions? How you can go, in what direction you can go for research, and what is the scope of it. Let us begin with whatever any syllabus of ELT begin with. If you go to any syllabus of ELT, that generally begins with history of ELT. It talks about ELT past, present, and future. See, this itself, this is the first point of any syllabus of ELT, itself has a value and itself has lot of scope for researchers. The day we work on it, that becomes the present. So whatever past it, if I start working on it today, then I can say that 2021 is the present, but whatever happened till 2020 is past for me. So I can carry out some descriptive researches, some historical researches on the development of ELT, origin and development here of ELT in the world and in India and in whatever country you are familiar with, you are good at and you are interested in. So this is one area you can work on. Present is where always whenever we talk about present, we talk about challenges and we talk about most of the cases we talk about challenges. So when you look at any challenging part of ELT, say for example, big classroom. When you go to compulsory class, it is a class of ELT where you are expected to teach language skills. But the number of classes, say for example, 150 or 120 or maybe more than that, take this as an opportunity. Whatever problems you face in practicing any aspect of ELT, any part of ELT is a problem of research for you. Because after all, what we search for a scope or area of research, when we search for problems. So the first problem, you should think of it, whatever is around you and whatever is your problem. Let me tell you my experience. It is one of very first of my first bunch of research papers. In my life, when I entered in the job, and in the first or second year of my job, I have written one research paper, and that was on problems of English language teaching in commerce classroom. That means in the commerce classes. That is what in commerce college, that is what I have discussed. The reason is, I tell you friends, when I got appointed in one college, which was Arts and Commerce College, and that was in North Gujarat, Unja College, and I was given the syllabus to teach. That syllabus include whole 2 chapters about share market and bullish and bearish trends, and you all know that those who are teaching in commerce, they know that you have to teach that how to prepare share report and how to comprehend that and this and that. I tell you friends, very frankly, I didn't know what bearish is and what bullish is at the time. I was not aware of the trends. I was not aware of that terminology, and I was not aware of commerce much. So that was a big challenge for me at the time to understand that. And one chapter has all the commercial terms which are used in commerce in English. That also I have to explain to the students. So at that time, the research which I carried out was, I collected data from some teachers who were teaching in commerce colleges. And I asked them whether they also face similar problems, or was that the same situation with them or what. We worked out that, and then my research paper came out of it. So first is, like many people who do stand-up comedies or who do a lot of mimicry, they always say that you don't have to go anywhere to find mimicry. You don't have to go anywhere to find jokes. Just look around you and you find out jokes. Like that, friends, I tell you, the first thing is just look around you and you will find research scope. Look around you and you will find research problems. It's an eye which you have to develop. If you develop an eyesight, if you develop an eye for it, you will certainly get a lot of things on which you can carry out a research. So first, look at the problems which you face. You yourself face as far as ELT, English language teaching, is concerned. And when I told you in the beginning, just remember that ELT means it includes syllabus, it includes teaching, it includes learning, and it includes assessment. So first I give you an example is classroom. Look at it. Are you comfortable with 120? Are you okay with that? Is it possible to teach? Yes, okay. It may be possible that you are okay with that. But it can be one of the problem. It can be one of the area on which you can carry out research. That means classroom. Now, so whatever challenges we face, just I gave an example. I generally would like to be communicative with you. So what I'll do is I'll try to add your comments also wherever possible. I would like to take a very, I don't know if you are comfortable, if the participants are comfortable, I would like to take a very quick round of a challenge if you face. There are about 35 to 36 participants, because there may be 3-4 people from administrative side or from organizer side. So I guess that there are about 30 to 35 participants. If you write just one challenge you are facing at present in ELT, one challenge, those who are volunteer, those who are active, those who are quick respond, who can give quick response, I request you to respond it to me. I would like to say that any problem which you face while doing practice of ELT, I will appreciate that if anybody is ready to write. In this way, our teaching will be communicative. It will be two-way. Our talking will be communicative. I'll be able to know about what kind of, you can write it in a chat box. It's very easy. You just go to for everyone, choose everyone from the option 2, or you can choose my name. My name is also there. So you can choose either of them, and then you can write whatever you would like to write. So that will come to me if you are interested in, I guess. Will anybody? Yes, I'm getting some. Very good. There is something which I have got, and that is teaching phonetics. Very good. Thank you, sir. Again, see, the just before some time I told you that Rohidas is very proactive, and he only has become very proactive this time only. There are some other comments also. Teaching poetry at UG level, very nice. There is another comment, and then the third one after that is like soft skills, and then teaching pronunciation to adult students. Let me take this as an example, and how can we develop research on this? Say, for example, I would like to take this, I would like to club this too. What Rohit Das ji said, teaching phonetics, and what this another friend said, I'm interested in reading his name as well. I'll just read that. Yeah, Devyani Sharma. She has written teaching pronunciation to adult students. Basically, we are looking at problems of teaching phonetics. Varsha ji also has written teaching phonetics. So teaching phonetics is one of the area or one of the problem which some people may be facing. Now, what kind of researches can be carried out on this? Friends, when we say research are of different level and different scope. You all are aware, but let me tell you for my satisfaction. One is research carried out for a degree. That means you are carrying out a research for MPhil or for PhD or for DLit or for postdoc. Another one, research carried out for research paper. So there is some conference, there is some seminar, there is some symposia, you read it and you got an invitation and you need to talk about it. You are interested in developing one research paper. So that is another one. Third is you are interested in developing a research paper on the problem to be published in some journal. We do it for that. Fourth one is we are doing it for the sake of research project. So we want to carry out some project. And for that project, we want to carry out a research. So that is also something which we can do. These are 4 or 5 prominent reasons people carry out researches. There may be people who want to carry out research for their understanding. Maybe for developing their understanding. Or maybe to resolve some issue which is exactly happening. Here, we have looked at the issue which is really happening. So the issue is teaching of phonetics to adult students. That is the issue. I'm happy with the use of the word adult with the student also, because see, particularly we are talking about here adult signifies a lot of things. They already have their mother tongue. They already have developed their language. They are of some age. They have their own mindset. So there are many things which come with adult. Fine, not an issue. I will not give you the solution. I'm not here to give you the solution. I can do that. But I'm here to suggest you the topic, how you can go for. Say, for example, I want to develop a research paper on this. What I can do? I can do like problems of teaching phonetics to first year, second year, third year, whatever. If you would like to write, you can do that. If you don't want to write that, then you can say undergraduate students. If you want to do it with postgraduate student, you can do it with postgraduate students as well. Now, so what I said, problems of teaching phonetics, then I said target group. To the undergraduate students, I can indicate the area also of Maharashtra, of some district, or of some area, or of some college, whatever. So this can be the title of my research. So friends, for you, one title of research paper is ready. Your problem is got converted into research title. Let me look at other problems. Those who have written teaching poetry at UG level. Now see, the first title which I have given was a very flat title. Flat title means very broad and very simple title. That problems of teaching phonetics. This phonetics can be removed and anything can be kept. Like you can keep poetry, drama, short story, anything. But this is a very kind of vanilla kind of ice cream. So it's a very simple kind of research topic without toppings. So it's a very simple one. You can use that. But now I would like to go for something specific. Like poetry means what? Poetry includes poetry has lot of parts. You can focus on any one part of poetry. Like you can say meter. Meter is a problem in students. Why exactly meter creates a problem? And particularly does meter creates a problem in particular way to the students or students of particular region or of particular gender or what? For that, what you need to do? Now, this idea came to your mind that teaching poetry at UG level is a problem. Now, you should try to look at this problem little deeply. That means you have to review related literature. Try to search similar kind of titles on research papers, on some standard kind of services provided by some research paper providers. So when you will go to that, you will get a lot of other similar titles. Look at them exactly what they have done, what kind of area they have focused on, what exactly. So see, you will go to first researches you are working on teaching poetry at UG level is a big problem. Now, why teaching poetry is a problem? There may be several reasons. When you will review related literature, that will reveal those reasons to you. You can focus on any one of them. And then you can develop your research paper on that. Like I can say, teaching meter at UG level a critical study. Or you can say that say for example, you would like to talk about some theoretical aspect of poetry. Or you would like to talk about some creative aspect of poetry. Or you would like to talk about some peculiar features of your students. Or you would like to focus on some peculiar linguistic aspect. Say, for example, you think that the poor vocabulary knowledge is creating a problem. Or you think that culture is a problem. So see, now this is something which is related to the hypothesis. My hypothesis of not able to fruitfully teaching poetry to my student is like what I feel that my students' vocabulary is very poor. And that's why they are not able to learn poetry well. So in that case, what my research can be is that vocabulary, major reason of not able to comprehend the poetry. That is what I feel as one of the hypotheses. Now I can carry out research on that. Soft skills. The next idea here kept is soft skills. There can be a lot of researches on soft skills can be carried out in a lot of ways. Like you can talk of which soft skills they are poor at, why they are poor at soft skills, this kind of area we can go for. What soft skills they are poor at, to what extent they are poor at, what kind of scaffolding and support they require, what are the ways to make them improve their soft skills. See, these are 4 or 5 different areas on which we can carry out research. After that, we have teaching poetry, teaching phonetics. I have already said, yeah, negative attitude of learner while learning language is also challenge. Very true. Sir, negative attitude to anything while doing it is a problem that we all know. But again, that is what is in public knowledge, but we can work on the same as research also. So you can take it as student, see, the role of the attitude of learners in learning language. You can carry out research on this. That can attitude make a difference? You can carry out a research on this. Now, attitudinal responses, attitudinal reasons for learning various things, like learning grammar, like learning poetry, learning vocabulary, learning various skills which are collateral skills, which are societal skills, which are soft skills, anything you can look at. Teaching English in a rural area, a very good topic. Sir Shambaji has written, I would like to say that there are more than 100 PhD researches carried out on this topic, sir. If you'll go through those PhD, at least 3-4, you will be able to understand exactly what and how they carry out this research. And then certainly you can carry out research on this. Using other languages in the class. So that means, yeah, very true. This is also one of a very prominent issue, that using other languages. Other languages means there can be 2 kinds of other languages. One can be a mother tongue and one can be some other language. Like I know many teachers or many students, what they do is while teaching or while learning, they use mother tongue, or sometimes they use national language, that is Hindi, and they use English also. So this also, influence of mother tongue can be studied. Use of other languages in classroom. See, so what we need to study is whether they are useful or not useful. So use of other languages in undergraduate English compulsory classes, a critical study you can go for. At present, I am talking about a very simple vanilla problem, which you can carry out research very easily. Now, you can go in detail, you can slice it, you can go in deep, you can grind it. And then you can go to some specific issue also, and you can work on that also. That was suggested by Neha ji here. Then Girish, Dr. Girish has asked, is there any criteria or stipulated quantity for target group? A very good question. I guess, I don't know, somebody is going to talk about population and sampling. But sir, I would like to tell you that for sampling, there are various theories of sampling. Let me tell you a very simple test for sampling. I will not give you the number that this number is perfect number for any quantity, but I am giving you a suggestion through which you can understand that what number can be taken. Generally, all the theories, let me first answer in number and then I'll ask in another way. If the population is less than 100 in any way, your target group, then you should go for 100%. Generally, this is what is suggested by almost all theorists. If it is more than that, then our sample must be all representative. Now, all representative is very, very simple to comprehend. Say, for example, I want to work on undergraduate students of Maharashtra or Gujarat. I should make a list of all the odds I should make list of whatever characteristics I think may be different in this target group. Like there may be gender, so I should write gender, male and female. Then there may be different age group that I can write. Generally there won't be, but we can write because there may be old students, very young students. Then there may be geographical one, that means you can talk about rural and urban. Then you can say that there may be students who are getting very good percentage. That means there may be a student who have got 80%, 90%, 70%, 60%, 50%. So percentage in the 12th. Then there may be a difference of rating of college, the institutions in which they are studying. Some students are studying in A+ college like Rohidas Ji's college. Some students are studying in a college which has very less grade as far as NAAC is concerned. Some students may be studying in autonomous colleges. Some students may be studying in some universities. Some may be studying in some very, very big brand kind of colleges. So this college barrier, you have to look at all the barriers, and there should be representation from all of them. Like in your sample, there must be a student from rural and urban, male and female. Even if there are from neutral gender, that also. From 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. From branded college to a remote college. Remote area to the best area. Even if you look at their income, like then from the people whose income is 1 crore rupees per year to the people whose income is just 5,000 rupees per year. So you have to look at all this kind of barriers, all this kind of divergence. And then based on this, you should choose your sample, which should be all representative of all this. See, what happens is when we go for a sample of blood, see, when we got fever or anything else, and what happens is doctor tells us that, okay, you need to go for a test. That pathologist, he just takes few drops of our blood. And just based on few drops of our blood, he can test that what exactly kind of our blood culture at present is. But if that group is not like blood, just taking few drops can give you the characteristics which are similar, then you have to take it from different places, different samples. Like somebody in somebody's body, there are some other symptoms, and those symptoms are to be taken as an example. So they have to take those symptoms from different parts of the body, like cyst is there. So the cyst should be taken from different biopsies are to be taken from different parts of the bodies, like that. So that is how sample is generally done out. Is there any criteria that we have talked about? Teaching literary theory and criticism to urban rural area. So these all problems are related to teaching almost. So you can look at, I guess, what I told you just now, that may be used in general way to your students. Let me focus on another very important area of ELT, and that is usability. Usability. What is the use of ELT? Why ELT? What is the objective of teaching ELT? So see, you can carry out researches on objectives of teaching ELT. There may be different objectives of different institutions. Likewise, you can take it, you can go to syllabuses. Many syllabuses, they write in the beginning that these are the objectives of prescribing this syllabus. So now whenever you do that, whenever you show it to them that this is something which I would like to show them, this is something which I would like to show in my syllabus, then my students, my participants, my teachers, or anybody who is looking at the syllabus, they can look at that, okay, this is the purpose of the syllabus, then I should look at it like this. So they will look at that syllabus from the angle. So you can carry out researches on the usability, on the objectives, why we teach anything. Say, for example, why we teach poetry. So is the objective of teaching poetry gets fulfilled? This is a problem question. See, to find out a research problem, to look at the research problem, we should develop an eye to locate a problem from any simple statement. A simple statement is, what is the objective of teaching? English. Now we teach different things in English. We teach literature. There are different genres of literature. We teach ELT, that means language. There are different aspects of language. Now you can look at anything. Say, for example, you can look at grammar. Why we teach grammar? What is the objective of teaching grammar? And so, see, you know the objective. Then you can study out on whether that objective gets fulfilled. How can you do that? That is the research. You can carry out a research on that. Now, next part is you can talk on theories. Theories related to education. That means various theories of teaching English. Various methods of teaching English. Do you remember any of the methods of teaching English? There are various methods. So you can think of the methods and you can carry out a research on any of the methods. Like I can say, I would like to carry out a research on a grammar translation method. I can carry out a research on some other method, which is direct method, yeah, communicative method, modified communicative method, very good, bilingual method. So see, there are various methods of teaching. Now, one is a very simple vanilla kind of research, which you can carry out on the method itself. This is one. Then you can look at various, you can go in deep into the method, and then you can find out one aspect of the method. And then you can carry out research on that aspect. That is also the scope, and you can carry out research on that also. So one is, as I told you, theories and something like this related to education. You can carry out various researches. Now, the next one is, theories are not just related to education. We talked about 2-3 theories and they are directly related to education. But there are theories which are related to social science also. Like people say, the poor students, they are not able to learn it quickly. The students who have all the facilities, they are able to learn very quickly. We can look at that also, whether it is true, whether it is, see, so whenever we carry out a research, what we need to do? One is the problem, which we identify. Second is the hypothesis, which we have to develop. And third is we have to test that hypothesis. Generally, in literary researches, we don't have hypothesis. Generally, there are very few literary researches in which we have hypothesis. But generally, in ELT topics, we have hypothesis. If you don't have hypothesis, no worries about it. You can go for research questions. So think of a broad topic. As I told you, you can choose out of it. And then you can think of hypothesis. And then you can develop a paper on that. There are theories related to education, social sciences, political science, language, and literature. There are plenty of, and these are just suggestive. There may be theories of more than that. There may be many theories related to different aspects of life, language. You can take any of the theories, and then you can try to look at some aspect of ELT based on that theory. Now I am coming to the next point. And the next point is skills. When we talk of language skills, the first thing which comes to our mind is, without doubt, the first thing which comes to our mind is LSRW. We all know. Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. That I don't think I have to talk about, but you know. How many researches can be carried out on listening? You can think of it. First is generally it is a human tendency, and particularly tendency of the professors, that they want to speak more and want to listen less. But fine. It is said that the most important skill for any language is listening, because after all, we learn by listening only. Look at our basic language, our mother tongue, how we learn our mother tongue. We listen to our mother, we listen to our father, we listen to our nearby family members, and by repeated listening, we try to repeat that. And that is how we learn the language. Fine. So LSRW, on any of the skills, we can carry out researches. You can take just one skill like listening. You can take any aspect of listening. One is learning of listening. One is developing listening skill better. So one has learned. See, exactly in listening, there is nothing more to learn, but people talk about kinds of listening, and they say that attentive listening skill can be developed. So you can work on it, whether there is anything or not. Otherwise, by birth, everybody knows how to listen. बच्चा जब छोटा होता है तो झूले के पास आप जब झुनझुना हिलाते हैं तो वो सुनता है, आप सिर्फ ऐसे बजाते हैं तो वो सुनता है. Child gets attracted to noise, child gets attracted to light, and that is how all the toys are made. Toys are either make voice, that is noise or voice, or it make light, or it move. Child gets attracted to movement also. तो ये तीन बेसिक थियरीज पे सारे टॉयज मोस्ट ऑफ बने हुए हैं. सो आप ये सोच के चल सकते हैं कि एग्जैक्टली what part of listening you would like to touch. Child knows how to listen, but does it listen to what you say? There are many researches which talk about certain minutes, that nobody can be attentive for more than X minutes. I don't want to talk about how many, because I have a lecture of 1.5 hours. I can't say that. So there are some minutes, but fine. Is it true? You can have a hypothesis. No, student can be attentive for all 60 minutes. Now you can cross-check it, test it, carry out a research on it. See, we have a very big laboratory with us, and that is our class. We can go for whatever experiments we would like to go with our class, and we can come out with as many research papers we would like to come out with, and all original, intact, with the sample 100%, because we are taking 100% of our class. If we are taking, there may be some absent students, but it can be called 100% only, because we have floated it for 100%. So you can take that. You can think of listening. So first aspect I said, do they listen? Attentive listening, different kind of listening. Does listening affect their cognitive aspect, critical aspect, speaking aspect, reading aspect, writing aspect, language skills, critical thinking? Do they affect or not? Fine, you can work on it. And that work can only say, even if you have answers to some question, you can still carry out research on that. Not necessary that you cannot, because you say that I want to verify. It was true maybe before some years, but whether it is true today, you can verify that. So that is how also you can carry out a task or a research on listening. So I said just listening. Similarly, you can carry out it on reading, writing, and whatnot. So LSRW, on all of them, you can carry out different kind of, you can look at different aspects, you can look at different parts, and that is how you can carry out research. What you can do is, it's very simple, very simple. You can just think of aspects of any skill. I told you 2-3 aspects of listening. Now it comes teaching of listening. See, I talked about basic aspects. Now it comes teaching. So teaching of listening. How can we teach listening? You can look at tools. You can look at TLM, teaching learning material. You can look at ICT aspects of listening. Then comes pedagogies, the methods of teaching. Then comes classroom practices of teaching listening. Do we really teach listening? A hypothesis that can be tested. or anything, whatever comes. See, we are researcher, we are objective. We are not trying to prove somebody wrong or right. Our objective is to look at it objectively, to our question, to whatever comes to our mind as a question, as a problem, and we would like to look for probable solutions. So after this comes testing of listening. Is there any board or a school or university who test listening? Do they test? Fine. If they don't test, then can we say that without testing we can understand that the school or college or a university thinks that they have learned listening? We don't test it. So that is also a very important aspect of it. See, you go to doctor and doctor is of a doubt that you have some fever, and he doesn't even touch you. He doesn't use thermometer. He doesn't take any test. And just by looking at your face, he says, okay, I feel that I can understand that you have fever. It is like this. So like this, without testing, we cannot say anything. So do we really test listening? Do we or not? Fine. If we not, is it possible to say this or not? These are all research scopes. I guess it is enough about listening. You can do similar things about LSRW. So you can do similar things about speaking, similar things about reading, and similar things about writing. Any aspect, you can look at it, and then you can just develop that, and you can develop your idea, you can develop your question, and you can work on that. Now let me take you next to, after this LSRW, there is one very important skill which is generally neglected. And that skill here is thinking skill and cognitive skill. Thinking, cognitive, and critical skills. See, basically, what is the objective of education? Why we educate students? Okay, language education has an altogether different objective. Language education objective is very clear. We want to develop their skills of LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. They should know, they should comprehend, and they should understand. But the objective of education in large is broader than this. The objective is to develop their cognitive skills, to develop their critical thinking. Does it develop it? Again, syllabus. Does the syllabus contain anything which suggests that it can be developed? Pedagogy, teaching learning material, tools, classroom practices, ways of doing it, ways of testing it. So from first to mark sheet, from admission form to mark sheet, whatever student does, anything out of it can be tested. At present, I am talking more in reference to class only. That's why I have said this. Otherwise, you can talk in different aspect also. After that comes is a very, very, very interesting aspect, and that is called how to teach literature and language. So how to teach anything? I already got 2 questions based on that. How to teach phonetics and how to teach, or problems of teaching phonetics or problems of teaching poetry. Like that, problems of teaching different genres. How can you teach drama without showing them a drama? How can we do that? It is difficult, I tell you, friends. Okay, they can learn, we can do everything. See, there are books of theories of swimming. We can get 100 out of 100 in theories of swimming MCQ question paper. Now, government can decide that a student who got 100 out of 100 in swimming in that theory paper is to be gifted the best swimming costume, the costliest swimming costume. Maybe it may cost 1 lakh rupees or more than that, and he will swim in the swimming pool and come to take his gift. And if he never had swam, if he never had practically swam or did swimming, then he will not be able to swim. It is like that. See, theoretically we talk whatever, but if we don't look at it practically, and language teaching is something like this. Language is very important, essential in a way, because language is something which is living. Language lives day by day and it dies day by day. How dies? It leaves lot of words away. बहुत सारे शब्द भाषा के खो जाते हैं और बहुत सारे शब्द नए आते हैं. Language adds hundreds of words to its vocabulary and it removes hundreds of words from its active vocabulary. Similarly, many expressions are added to our language. Many expressions are added to our writing, our reading, our speaking, and our LSRW. Those expressions come and go. 5 साल 10 साल पहले अगर मैं आपको पूछूं कि आपके घर में विंडोज है, तो आप बोलेंगे हाँ हमारे घर में 4 विंडोज है. लेकिन अभी अगर आप किसी से पूछेंगे कि कौन सा विंडोज या आप विंडोज यूज करते हैं, तो they will say yes, I use Windows 10. See, so contextual meanings change. शब्द के अर्थ बदल जाते हैं. टच का पहले मतलब क्या था, आज क्या है. मोबाइल का पहले मतलब क्या था, आज क्या है. मोबाइल यानी समथिंग विच इज नॉट स्टेशनरी, जो एक जगह खड़ा नहीं रहता है, वो घूम सकता है, कहीं और जा सकता है, दैट इज मोबाइल. लेकिन अभी अगर आप किसी को बोलेंगे मोबाइल, तो क्या मीनिंग निकालेगा. मोबाइल यानी मोबाइल फोन, ऐसा ही सोचेगा. सो दिस इज हाउ थिंग्स वर्क. ऐसे ही काम होते हैं. दिस इज हाउ दे वर्क ऑन दिस, दे वर्क इन डिफरेंट वे. सो वी नीड टू लुक एट, हमें देखना चाहिए कि किस एस्पेक्ट को हम देख रहे हैं और कैसे देख रहे हैं. दैट इज हाउ वी कैन कैरी आउट रिसर्च. नाउ आफ्टर दैट कम्स, सो हाउ टू टीच, इसके बारे में बात कर सकते हैं. उसके बाद आता है सिलेबस. देखिए, सिलेबस डिजाइनिंग इटसेल्फ इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. My one student has carried out a PhD on comparative study of the compulsory English syllabuses of the state of Gujarat. पूरे गुजरात की जितनी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, she has compared the syllabuses of all the universities of Gujarat and she made a comparative study that exactly what can be the model syllabus for compulsory English or standard English or basic English or common English students. You can do that. इस प्रकार के और भी रिसर्च किए जा सकते हैं. There can be something on the syllabus of major English that can be carried out. So syllabus designing itself has lot of scope for carrying out researches. बहुत सारे रिसर्च हुए भी हैं. Then comes pedagogy. This is something very interesting. How to teach, किस प्रकार से पढ़ाया जाए. How can we teach? Which kind of teaching can be more effective? Various methods of effective teaching. One method which recently one of my student has come out as a conclusion of the research is eclectic approach. There are different approaches. Eclectic approach suggests that you can decide approach based on the student which suits him or her the best. So there are various ways किस प्रकार से किया जा सकता है. By using various tools, by using textbook. Again researches on textbook, that also is very interesting. I have my student who has worked on a comparative study of textbooks of standard 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6 स्टैंडर्ड से लगा के 12वीं कक्षा तक की जो इंग्लिश की टेक्स्ट बुक्स हैं, उनका एक कंपैरेटिव स्टडी. द स्टूडेंट हैज लुक्ड एट द टेक्स्ट बुक फ्रॉम वेरियस एंगल्स कि ये टेक्स्ट बुक डू दे सर्व द पर्पस, आर दे रियली एडिंग टू द वोकेबुलरी, डू दे टीच वेरियस ग्रामेटिकल आइटम्स. एंड देयर आर, सी द पर्पस ऑफ प्रिस्क्राइबिंग टेक्स्ट बुक इज वी नो. So that is also is practiced by some of the people. So pedagogy. Now very interesting part comes, and that is tools of teaching English. Tools. हर एक टूल पे बहुत सारे रिसर्च किए जा सकते हैं. Tools of teaching English, like फर्स्ट लेते हैं TLM, teaching learning material. Whatever we use as teaching learning material, that can be looked upon whether that is a proper tool. Can it be used? हम उसको use कर सकते हैं. And if we are using it, is it effective? क्या हम उसे effectively use कर रहे हैं? See, generally when it is discussed that if you are given a freedom, what resources you require to teach, then people will give you a lot big list. I require laptop, I require LCD, I required microphone, I required headphones, I will require speakers, I'll require screen, I'll require tablet, I'll require whatnot. The list can go on, a very long list. Look at a person who got the best teacher award just before some time. The person is from India, and look at his story for what he got award. Teacher can make a difference. Teacher himself or herself. If you are really interested in making your session interesting, you really don't require many external tools like which can be bought. What you can do is you can use whatever is available in your class. You can use whatever is available in nearby the college or school. You can use whatever is available in the home of the student. And using that tool, researches can be carried out. Now, whatever I said is correct or not, you should carry out a research. Carry out research. Look at it that paid tools are more effective or free tools are more effective. Look at it, whatever is around us, if it is used is more effective, or if you give tablet to each student is more effective. Government of Gujarat has come out with one project since last 3 years, and they give free tablet, not exactly free in 1,000 rupees, but almost free tablet to each student who take admission, new admission to the first year. So we have a lot of tablets available with the students. If anybody is interested who is not in Gujarat, then also I can provide you the population here who have tablets, and they can carry out a research कि with tablet कैसा रहता है, with notebook कैसा रहता है. Compare two groups. One has tablets and one has only notebooks. Exactly how they learn and what they learn. So tools, पहला tool हमने लिया, जो लिया वो था TLM. दूसरा है authentic material. See, using authentic material से आप क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? Like newspapers, like books. There are many things which can be used. Now, can visiting some place add to the learning? मान लो मैं लेसन में पढ़ा रहा हूं कुछ, उसमें बैंक की बात आ रही है. आई एम टीचिंग समथिंग अबाउट बैंक, and if I take my students to the bank and experience the bank, exactly how bank works, can it make some difference in the learning of my students? Really, what kind of I was in board of studies of some university recently. I don't want to name the university, and there we have banking correspondence in syllabus, and there are a lot of letters. Like the first letter was opening of a bank account. I don't know, somebody of you would also taught this. Now I ask a simple question, that do we really write a letter to the bank if you want to open an account? So that is not something which is practical. Then why should we keep something which is not practical? Or we should test. That means what I mean to say, when you test your syllabus, check your syllabus with the present one. Check something, try to check something with whatever you can really implement. Like you can go to the class and try to implement. You can tell them, okay, when you will go to life, you have to use this. अब जब वो बच्चा लाइफ में जाएगा, yes, he should know how to write a letter of stop payment. That he should know. So there are many things, but again, what are the ways of stop payment? That can be given as a project to the student. They can carry out a project, they will learn a lot. Workshops and activities. As I told you this, that give them activity. Activity up, see, I'm trying to mix it, how to make it effective. But here I want you to question it. Which kind of teaching will be more fruitful? Activity-based teaching, workshop-based teaching, case study method teaching, talk and talk teaching, classroom teaching. There may be different kind of teachings. You can take any one kind of teaching and compare it with the other. That can also be the topic of research. Now you can again see, in language skills generally it is said that pair work is better. But you can compare whether pair work gives better result or a single work gives better result. So when you give homework to somebody, when you give work to somebody and that student does a work, can get the better result, or you say no, in a class we will make pairs and you will work in pair and we will do it, or we will make a group in that. Nowadays we have better groups. We can have a group of face-to-face people, or we can have a group of people over internet also. There are many groups which are happening over internet. You can motivate the students to mingle with, or to not exactly mingle, but to learn with people of different culture. Let me tell you one experience of mine. When I visited the classroom of these three countries, particularly in European states or in North American states like Canada or US or maybe in UK or maybe in France, one thing which I have seen very remarkable is, particularly in UK, that was very much more, and in Canada also, that in one class there are, say for example, 15 students. But those 15 students are of 12 different countries. One is from India, one is from US, one is from Pakistan, one is from Afghanistan, one is from Colombia. See, so they are from different countries, and there is a heterogeneous culture through which they study. Friends, we are very lucky. Our culture itself is heterogeneous. Look at your class, whether they do not belong to different country, they belong to only one country, but they come from different kind of backgrounds. Their religious background is different. Their geographical background is different. Their economic background is different. So when they are coming from different backgrounds, they will be able to understand it in a different way. And you can carry out research based on this. That is also possible. So you can look at different students, and you can look at students from different angle of culture, race, class, creed, and then you can carry out research. That will also be very interesting. Now the next scope of research is use of ICT. Use of ICT in ELT. How? You all know, I don't think I have to say much about it. But using information and communication technology in teaching of English, there is a myth, in inverted commas, that when we use technology, we can teach in a better way. I'm saying myth. It can be good, it can be bad. You are there to test it. Test it. Have two groups. One is experimental group and one is a general group. One group will be taught without ICT. One group can be taught with ICT. Compare the results. You can take pre-test, post-test design can be used. Now, when you say ICT, what ICT is? ICT means hardware, software. So you can talk about hardware also, like you can say that teaching or testing using speakers, a very mild kind of, very simple kind of hardware. Teaching using computer, teaching using smartphones, teaching using online applications. Thousands of things you can work on. Softwares, there can be work on different softwares, and you can test their efficacy. You can look at it, and that can be looked at from different ways. The responses of the teacher and responses of the students to these ICT tools, that can also be mapped. Augmentation in their skills, that can also be tested, whether their skills get augmented or not. For sake we say, okay, it is good, but when you look at the reality, that will only tell you whether it is good or not. And the test or the research is carried out in America or UK or maybe Delhi or maybe Mumbai or Ahmedabad will not exactly, it will help you for framework, but we will not exactly give you the results. You should carry out this research on your students only. That will give you a better result. So this can be looked upon. Next scope of area is training for making teaching and learning more effective. Lot of training are going on all around the world. Online training and offline training. face-to-face training and training through literature. So are these trainings effective? You can look at various aspects of training. You can look at particular segment of training, and then you can test that whether it is useful or not. And that will give you the real picture that really is it useful or not. So this is how you can look at this area. One more area which I would like to indicate, and that is very interesting area. Corpora study, corpus studies, corpus and corpora. Those who are aware of corpus and corpora, that's fine. Those who are not aware, I would like to just give you some brief about corpus. Corpus means active vocabulary or whatever we have. We say corpus fund. That means one bank has corpus fund of 1 crore rupees. That means they keep it as a reserve. Like the corpus of our vocabulary. There are people, say for example, there is a computer program and you all are in online examination, and that program makes a list of all the spellings, all the words used by each student in that examination. Then it looks at each grammatical mistake made by our student. And based on this, next testing can be developed. Based on this, next textbooks can be developed. So these are called corpora studies and corpus studies, one of very important branch. British Council is doing this a lot. You can also think of corpus studies. That is something very new in India, and you can think of that kind of studies. For me, from my side, evaluation and examination, it is one of the very dark area of research as far as ELT is concerned. Very few people are working in assessment and evaluation system. I suggest you that you should try to think of some areas of assessment and evaluation system. Examination papers. You can make comparative study of examination papers, question papers. Somebody can make comparative study of answer sheets also. Somebody can make comparative study of, or maybe not exactly comparative. You can look at the syllabus objectives and the examination paper. Do they match? Do they match or not? If they match, that's fine, interesting. If they don't match, we have to look at that exactly how to do that, how to bridge the gap. So examination system overall, the way examination is conducted. Say for example, let me tell you something very interesting. Say for example, there is a test of, this happened to me. I'll tell you the example also. I have a few minutes left. There is one question in one of the question paper of English. Who was the father of Ram? This is a very simple question. Very simple question. We know the answer, Dashrath. And see, now, but for me, very interesting part is, suppose the student writes, Lakshman is the father of Ram. Suppose the student writes, Lakshman is the father of Ram. As a language teacher, what should we do? Should we mark it as incorrect? Should we not give him the marks, or should we give him the marks? Very interesting question, friends. On the first outset, all of you will respond, sir, it's a wrong answer and we should mark that. Okay, no mark is to be given. Now the next question from me comes is, what language function exactly we are testing through this question? What is the function of language which we taught him or which we want to teach him or her to the student, and which kind of language function exactly we are testing by the question that who was the father of Ram? Let me answer it. Let me be analytical. The language function which I teach is, whenever the question is asked by who, the response comes with proper noun. So proper noun should be the answer. Then the word he has used is Lakshman, and that is a proper noun. But friends, interestingly, our English classes also become the test of memory, not of the language skill. So exactly, do we test language or do we test his memory? For us, what is more important? The student knows what should come as a language function, or what is the answer which he has crammed. रट्टा मार दिया है, उसको याद है और लिख दिया, वो ज्यादा important है या language skill सीखा वो important है? Again, this is my question. I am not saying ये right है, ये wrong है. I don't say कि दशरथ लिखना ही सही है ऐसा ही कहना चाहिए या नहीं कहना चाहिए. I don't agree to any of the hypothesis. I just kept one situation to you. You can carry out researches on this. I've seen a book of one textbook board. I don't want to name the state, but I was appointed as the reviewer of the textbook. It was a textbook of very primary level, 5th standard. I have read the textbook and then I asked the question whether it is a textbook for English language, or then I have given a list of 4-5. सी भाई इंग्लिश की टेक्स्ट बुक जो प्राइमरी लेवल की बताते हैं बनाते हैं उसमें कलर फिलिंग का क्या मतलब. सी बच्चों की प्राइमरी है मान लो, लेकिन उसमें एक राउंड दोरी और उसमें कलर फिल करिए, फिल द कलर्स. व्हाट इज विच लैंग्वेज फंक्शन इट टीचेस? आई डोंट नो. So there, it also happens. It is also to be tested. Now let me be very quick. So examination research, action research, teacher development researches, classroom based researches, language program oriented researches, linguistic and educational research applications to ELT, methods and approaches in ELT, and last but not least, purpose of English. What is the purpose of English? Why they learn English? Whether they are learning or we are teaching English for occupational purpose, then there can be English for occupational purpose. Are we teaching English for academic purpose? Then that English can be for academic purpose. Are we teaching for ESP, that is English for special purpose? Which kind of English it is? That can be tested accordingly. So this kind of test can be developed. This kind of test means hypothesis. Test means research question can be developed and you can carry out research. If you will try to summarize my speech today, you can at least make a list of 100 research problems and you can develop at least 100 research papers if you are interested in. I tried to give those titles. Those who have any questions or anything, I guess I have 2-3 minutes left. So Rohidas ji, it's over to you. Any question or any comment or anything if you want from me, I'm here, very much here with you.
Thank you, Professor Joshi sir, for your elaborate, lucid, and straight way guidance. And I am sure that the participant friends who are gathered here, they have got really not 100 but hundreds of ideas in their mind, and truly this session has been innovative, and you have facilitated the participants to channelize their reflective thinking and get the ideas once again generated and begin the writing. I urge the participants, if they want to talk to Professor Jagdish Joshi sir. I know they don't have any doubt, but they may be eager to interact with Professor Jagdish Joshi sir. So I request 1 or 2 participants can get the opportunity to raise their point. Please raise your hands so that I can unmute you. The participants, please, if you have any. Yeah, the chat box, as Joshi sir is looking at, is almost, we can see, overloaded with the comments, and participants are very much thankful to you, sir, because on the screen, yes, everybody is saying thank you. And okay, I would say that the participants are over responsive, and they are just writing comments, and they have left no words to say thank you. So on behalf of all the participants, I extend my sincere thanks to our today's resource person, Professor Jagdish Joshi sir. And I assure you, sir, all the participants would try to meet your expectations, and maybe in the coming time soon we will meet each other face to face, or see the research published collaboratively. Okay, this is a network of 40 researchers in English with this stride unit. Maybe as you have 59 scholars published with you, let us hope that some of the participants of this course also approach you and get your guidance and collaboration. I hope you would be readily accepting them as the collaborators. On behalf of MSP Mandal, Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani, its management and administration, I, Dr. Rohidas Nitonde, express my sincere gratitude towards you for being with us and sharing your valuable expertise with us. I know your time is really precious, and it is rather difficult for you to manage the time for such programs, because now and then you might be getting invitations from across the globe, and still you could take out your time despite your busy schedule. That's your greatness. Once again, thank you from our side. See you soon, sir.
Thank you, Rohidas ji. Thank you, all the participants, and convey my thanks to your principal and management. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now, friends, we are having the end of the second session here, and the third session for today is by Professor Prantik Banerjee. The resource person for the third session is with us. May I request Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, to uh, turn on his camera and come on the screen. Dr. Prantik Banerjee, hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Friends, in the previous sessions, two sessions, the first session was about research writing, and we have heard from Professor M. Rajeshwar how to get these scholarly research papers published in the scholarly journals. And now, immediately previous session, Professor Jagdish Joshi sir explored us the various regions and areas, and I mean topics for research in English language teaching. This is the third session for the day, and in this session we would be talking about the cultural studies and interdisciplinary research. As you know that TRIDE is a scheme for transdisciplinary research. Now, the gone are the days of the micro specialization. Now it's the time of crossing the borders of subjects. And in this era of multidisciplinary studies, we are having a session by an eminent researcher, a renowned scholar from Nagpur University, Professor Pratik Banerjee sir, with us for this session. Before I introduce Professor Banerjee sir, let me tell him something about the esteemed audience also. Sir, among the audience, we are having uh, almost 40 participants who are either PhD scholars or the practitioners of English language teaching, teaching language and literature in the colleges and universities of the country. The participants are not from only
Nitonde sir, I think we lost you.
you.
I think there is some network issue at your end.
Sir, please. Just a minute. Some technical issues there. Let me check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
I
now
hope
clear,
things
sir.
are now okay.
We can hear you.
I was talking about the group, and this is the mixed group of the participants who are attentive, and all of them, they are eager to improve themselves as a researcher and be a noted researcher who would have the impact in the field of English language literature research all over India as well as globally. So they want to learn the tips, tricks, and the trade from the eminent resource persons. We are having two networks of the people dealing with the English studies. One is the participants, that is the national group of the young aspiring researchers, and the second group is of 20 resource persons like you, sir, who are the mentors to the youngsters who are participating in this program. We youngsters need the mentorship of the eminent experts, and that is the aim of UGC behind this scheme of STRIDE. Here would be collaboration of the youngsters as well as the eminent established researchers in the country. This is the first and humble attempt of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College to bring together a wider network of national level the scholars dealing with the discipline of English language and literature. Now, before we invite Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, for this session, let me introduce you, Professor Banerjee, sir. Friends, he needs no introduction. His face, personality is itself very much communicative, and you would know much about him. But it is my moral obligation to introduce him as an academician. Dr. Prantik Banerjee is Associate Professor, Department of English, and also former uh, coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance Cell at Hislop College, Nagpur, which is a heritage institution. His areas of interest are cultural studies, film theory, medical humanities, post-colonial studies, trauma theory, gerontology, and disability studies. He is also interested in higher education policies, quality assurance frameworks, and curriculum designing. Dr. Banerjee has been a keynote speaker and resource person at several international and national conferences. He has delivered the annual endowment lectures in Loyola College, Chennai, Jyoti Niwas College, Bangalore, and the Royal Bhutan University. He is a member of Board of Studies, Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. He has recently contributed in designing the new curriculum for RTMN University for BA and MA courses, particularly cultural studies, trauma studies, and disability studies have been approved by the university for implementation from current academic session. Dr. Banerjee has been appointed as external expert to Board of Studies, VG Vasai Autonomous College, Mumbai from 2021. He is also a PhD supervisor of Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj University, Nagpur, and also the external examiner for the doctoral thesis of Santa Gadge Baba Amaravati University as well as Bhartidasan University, Tamil Nadu. He was invited as an expert on the drafting committee of NCCI's National Higher Education Policy. He edited the Kakodkar Committee report for National Institute of Technologies, NITs. He prepared and presented the triennial conference statement of AIACHE at Christ University, Bangalore. He is a NAC expert and RUSA trainer and has conducted many training programs for colleges and universities in India. He is an external advisor of IQAC of the reputed colleges and universities and empaneled as national faculty trainer for AIACHE New Delhi. Dr. Banerjee was invited as expert on the selection committee for appointment to lectures by St. Stephen's College, New Delhi and Xavier's College, Mumbai. He is a certified HRD trainer from TCS Bangalore and has conducted several teacher and corporate training programs. His publications include 3 books, 7 book chapters, and 38 research papers. He has published papers in peer-reviewed journals also. His recent books are Theory in Praxis, Discourses in Literature and Culture, and Cultural Studies Texts and Contexts, which is a recent publication. His writings have been published in several anthologies, including Globalization Reader, Nomadism Reader, Asian Literature in English, Films and Literature, Conflict Studies, and Race, Caste, and Gender. Professor Banerjee is on the editorial board of several international and national journals on higher education as well as English studies. He is also a published poet, short story writer. A postscript on Missing Castle, an anthology of poems, was published by a famous writers' workshop at Kolkata. His poems were featured in Sahitya Akademi's Indian Literature, then PEN Pen, Brown Critic, Kavya Bharati, Journal of Poetry, Society of India, Little Magazine. He was featured as Poet of the Fortnight by Kamala Das, the Sahitya Akademi awardee Indian poetess. The Indian Express Nagpur edition and Hitavada have carried several of his articles, and moreover, I must tell you that he is one of the most popular English teachers in Nagpur. The Hitvad has featured an article on him. Such a wonderful personality is with us. Uh, I think my introduction would never come to an end because in the short span of introduction to Dr. Prantik Banerjee, I have come to know so many things about him. As the days will pass, we will know each other the more. But you would get an opportunity to understand what a genuine mankind Dr. Banerjee is through his presentation. And I know another aspect of his personality, and that is what whenever the relation begins, he keeps it intact. That is the magic with Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir. So, may I welcome Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, and request him to guide the participants here in this research capacity enhancement program. Over to you, Dr. Banerjee, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Deeply indebted to you for that for that rather long introduction. But Dr. Nitonde and I have developed more than an acquaintance, perhaps a friendship that goes back a couple of years. And thanks to him and to his efforts, to his wonderful efforts, that he is able to, he has taken the initiative to introduce the UGC Stride scheme, wherein I think what he's doing is a wonderful job of bringing together and creating a network of research scholars and academicians in order to exchange ideas, in order to explore and discover new emerging trends in research, both in the field of language studies as well as in the field of literary studies or cultural studies. So I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Nitonde for having invited me to join you on this platform today. I'm also extremely thankful to the principal of Shivaji College, Parbhani, uh, for hosting this event, and a warm, shall I say, good evening now, a warm good evening to all the participants. I hope this being the third and the final session of the day's proceedings, and you already, I'm sure, have been witness to two excellent and elucidative talks given by two research experts before. But I hope you've not reached the end of an exhaustion of literature, because I believe that the first two speakers took you to an area which is slightly different from my area of interest, as Dr. Nitonde in his introduction said. My area of interest is covers what you call various facets and various domains of cultural studies, and I'm particularly interested in the field of some of the topics, some of the areas that I'm going to talk to you about in this presentation are perhaps areas which are primarily interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. You could even call them post-disciplinary. And these are areas which have generated a lot of excitement in terms of research interest, a lot of excitement and enthusiasm within the research community because of the intersections, because of the way in which literary studies have intersected with theory and culture. But before I jump into my talk, let me first perhaps do what Malcolm Gladwell calls the most important moment, the tipping point. And the tipping point is where, connected as we are on a virtual platform, I think the tipping point that Malcolm Gladwell in his best-selling book says, that the tipping point to great things is often a small thing. One small step and a giant leap for mankind. Well, that's what Neil Armstrong said. Malcolm Gladwell takes that example to suggest that all great things begin with a small step. And I suppose today, as I'm connected, I will be connected with you on this virtual platform in this interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary area of culture studies. Let me do what needs to be done at the very beginning and share my screen with you. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. So we just cleared the tipping point without any hiccups. And obviously, therefore, I don't need to repeat the question of the millennium. I'm sure I'm audible to everyone. So I'm going to take you, friends, through the next 60 minutes or so, through a terrain, through a landscape, which is through a landscape in research and English studies, which is called cultural studies. And I have called my presentation as Looking at a Black Bird, Research in Cultural Studies. It is interesting that Nitonde sir would have talked about, when he spoke about the STRIDE program, he said that one of the aims and objectives of the UGC STRIDE program is to establish a network of research scholars, those who are keen and interested in research. Well, it reminds me of what the American philosopher and literary critic Kenneth Burke said about research. He said, he said that research, Kenneth Burke said that research is an engagement. When you do research, you engage yourself in a conversation that may stretch back hundreds of years and include any number of other scholarly voices. I mean, you contribute as a researcher, you contribute to that conversation by making yourself an informed participant in it. So as a researcher, you become not just a careful reader of a text in question, but you become a sort of a historian of the text life. You know, for example, as a researcher, when a text was born, who, who its friends and enemies were, what it accomplished for better or for worse, and how it has been remembered by those who came after it. Now, in knowing those things and contributing to the research conversations about the text, well, you keep it alive. I mean, not just the text, but the conversation, which is probably more important. At least in my opinion, the conversation is more important than the text itself. Because this conversation, and I'm talking, when I say conversation, I mean this discussion that we have about research. So this conversation about a text is never really just about the text. It's also about what we read, how we read, why we read, and what we value. Friends, let me admit right off the bat that I love researching, I love writing papers, especially when things go smooth. What I do realize and what I wish to share with you all today is that, there can be no good qualitative research without um, sweat and tears. Yes, without sweat and maybe a little bit of tears as well. By that I mean without diligent, disciplined, systematic hard work. I mean, often as teachers of English or as researchers in the field of language and literary studies, we often tend to, mystify the process of research writing in humanities and think of it as like a religious search for the Holy Grail. Whereas, according to me, this is not so. Friends, research is not a search for the Holy Grail. We need to strip research of its spiritual or this mystical garb. We need to think of research as the product of labor rather than of genius. Well, there are exceptions, of course, at all times. But so in a sense, when I say that, that research is not a search for the Holy Grail, by that, what I really mean is, when you think of research, what's the most exciting words that come to your mind when you think of research? Well, Isaac Asimov, the very famous science fiction writer, said that the most exciting words in research is not eureka, that the most exciting words in research is not eureka, but that's kind of funny. Now, think about it. Think about what Asimov has said, that research is not about eureka, not about those special once in a millennium aha moment, but research is more about what is when something happens at a funny moment, instead of an aha moment, it is a ha-ha moment. By that, of course, what he really meant was that many of the top discoveries, for example, in research I'm talking about, have been the outcome of chance, luck, or sheer accident. In fact, if you think of top researchers, Madame Curie, for example, discovered radium by mistake. Fleming found penicillin by chance, and let me put it this way, and a Bengali made Rosogollas by accident. So most of the time, doing research in cultural studies or literary studies is actually to follow the same processes as those of hard science. Much like research in the physical sciences or the natural sciences, the research in humanities or research in the field of literary and cultural studies follows the same process, the same step-by-step process, forming a hypothesis, collecting data, Well, in our case, collecting data would mean collecting, our primary and secondary resources, then testing our hypothesis against our interpretation and against our examples and illustrations, and then perhaps reaching a conclusion or drawing our inferences. Friends, the bottom line is that research has to be original and it should contribute to the body of knowledge that already exists in that particular area, field, or topic. When I was a student doing my master's, one of my favorite poems used to be 13 Ways of Looking at a Blackbird. 13 Ways of Looking at a Blackbird. This poem was written by an American poet, Wallace Stevens. The poem is interesting because what it says and what you see on your slide is the poem is divided into 13 sections. It consists of, 13 short separate sections, each of which mentions a blackbird in a highly original way. And although Wallace Stevens was inspired by the Japanese poetic form called the haiku in the writing of this poem, none of the sections in his own poem strictly follows the conventions of a haiku. Now, what Stevens does in each section is to present an ordinary blackbird and then contrasts it with the things present in nature. He seems to develop overall, his idea in the poem is that even the smallest of things in nature have their place in the natural world. Now, why am I quoting this? And why do I have the lines from the second section of Wallace Stevens' poem, 13 Ways of Looking at a Blackbird? If you look at that line, look at that stanza, I was of three minds, like a tree in which there are three different blackbirds. I find the poem and what Wallace Stevens says in the poem a good analogy to the dilemma, to the challenge of a researcher, and perhaps to even what research is all about. First, the dilemma or the challenge of the researcher is like the speaker in Wallace Stevens' poem saying, I was of three minds. When a young researcher is about to commence his research, he is like Stevens's blackbird saying, I was of three minds, like a tree in which there are three blackbirds. Now, usually I've seen a young researcher come to me, fresh after her master's, bursting with excitement, often bursting with excitement over what we call theory. And usually the mind of the young researcher is like three minds, caught in the grips of, caught in a conflict between three minds. The first could be the first mind of the researcher is someone who says, sir, I feel close to feminism or post-colonialism. So which writers should I take up to apply the theory? A third blackbird or a third mind is of the researcher, I'm saying, is when a young researcher comes and says, sir, I'm super excited about Margaret Atwood after watching The Handmaid's Tale on Netflix. Can I take her up for research? Or a third, I said three, a third, third young mind would be saying that, sir, I'm currently reading Amitav Ghosh. So which theory can I apply to his works? Friends, unfortunately, the exuberance or the enthusiasm of the young researcher is based on the mistaken notion that doing research, or for that matter, writing a paper, is an activity similar to what a surgeon does to a body. A surgeon uses a knife or a scalpel to dismember a body. Remember Wordsworth's famous line, his plaintive cry, we murder to dissect. Friends, what I want to share with you at the outset is that research is not the application of theory to the analysis of a text in a mechanical way. Research is not a surgical strike. The relationship between theory and text is one that is intrinsic, that is organic. And therefore, the particular critical approach we bring to our reading of a novel, to the reading of an author, or to the reading of a movement or a cultural trend should warrant such an interpretation in the first place. I mean, the content, form, or context of the area of research that we choose must invite explication from the theoretical lens that you choose to wear, whether that lens is that of feminism or psychoanalytical approach or post-colonialism or eco-criticism, or for that matter, even, area studies. So doing research, friends, what I wish to submit before you is that doing research is like looking at a black bird in 13 different ways. Just as one, in Stevens's poem, just as one may look at a black bird in 13 different ways, a researcher may look at a text in 13 different ways. Of course, 13 is just a number. There are unlimited ways in actual critical practice to approach a text or an author, especially if the text is a multi-layered text. The crucial point I'm making with the analogy to Stevens's poem is that research is a two-step process. First, a researcher must not think of research as a holy grail. He or she must seek and find her own black bird. So the first step for a young researcher is to find her own black bird. And second, having found the black bird, the researcher must now try and look at it in the 14th way, not the 13th way, but in the 14th way, or else maybe by combining one or two of the already existing 13 ways. Only then can research be truly original and innovative. Today, I will briefly touch on 5 new areas of interdisciplinary studies under the larger ambit of cultural studies. Well, you could say that I along with you will look at 5 blackbirds. So by that, I mean, I'll place before you 5 new areas of research. All of them are interdisciplinary. All of them are multidisciplinary in nature, and they open up exciting possibilities of engaging with a range of issues, ideas, and terrains that are redefining the boundaries of literary and cultural studies. So the 5 areas are pandemic popular culture, disability studies, petrofiction, conflict literature, and gerontology studies. And I wonder whether, some of you, it's possible that some of you may have already started researching in any one of these areas. Well, of course, we still are in a pandemic situation. And of course, although we may have participants from other states, but particularly those of us who are from the state of Maharashtra, well, apparently we are still in the grips of the ravages of the pandemic. There is talks, experts are saying that we are right now experiencing a second wave. Truly, I mean, the ongoing, pandemic crisis or COVID crisis has made the time out of joint, as Shakespeare would have said. And we know that it has caused a paradigm shift in the way in which we think of literature, the way in which we think of culture, the way in which we are experiencing life itself. The COVID-19 crisis has already been called the defining moment of the millennium by literary and cultural theorists like Judith Butler and Slavoj Zizek. While Judith Butler, the famous feminist and cultural theorist, connects the present pandemic to her theory of the human condition, which she believes is marked by precariousness or precarity. Zizek, the psychoanalytical theorist, treats the disease, that is the COVID-19 disease, not just as a medical, social, and economic malaise, but as an intellectual malaise, from which he says we can only be rescued. He uses the word rescued by what he calls a philosophical and social revolution. Friends, within cultural studies, the pandemic has given us, has opened up the possibility of a new area of interdisciplinary research called pandemic literature, or even pandemic popular culture. Because both pandemic literature and pandemic popular culture are now a very relevant and topical area of research. While a lot of work has already been done on, plague literature, and the slide before you shows some of the books that you and I might have even reread during the lockdown period when we wanted to know more about outbreak narratives. So right from Daniel Defoe's A Journal of the Plague Years to Albert Camus' The Plague. Many of us would have revisited some of these old books, some of these books that we may have read during our student days. At least I did. So there is a new, there is a lot of interest now in the field of cultural studies generated by how contagious diseases have been represented in popular culture. Popular culture. And by that I mean, Hollywood films as well as best-selling fiction. So a researcher within cultural studies, those who want to enter into the field of cultural studies, has the exciting, entry, can enter into an exciting avenue wherein you can explore how Hollywood films and best-selling novels have given expression to our what I would call our cultural obsession with contagious diseases. I mean, while infectious diseases have been around us since the very beginning of the Anthropocene age. Remember, Shakespeare wrote some of his classic works, right, like Hamlet and Macbeth, for example, during the Great Plague years that struck London in the early half of the 16th century. So while infectious diseases and their literary expressions have been with us since the very beginning of the Anthropocene age, their dramatization in popular pandemic narratives seems to have contributed to what I call an ecology of fear. By that, by the term ecology of fear, I mean the extent to which global outbreaks of contagious diseases, have instilled fear and anxiety, have created a sort of a phobia within communities, and have caused, and this is more significant, and this fear, this atmosphere of fear and anxiety about infections, has caused and is causing right now, certain behavioral cascades in our own social relations. I mean, look at the way in which the pandemic has unleashed, the COVID-19 has already unleashed, certain disturbing trends in our society, border sealing, racial and community profiling, xenophobia, and even migrant suffering. So from the point of view of research in cultural studies, I wish to suggest that pandemic narratives of popular culture, is one area where which opens up new exciting possibilities for a young researcher. And the reason I think that pandemic narratives in popular culture is a good area to study for doing research is because, such kind of research has an empirical experience. It finds its manifestations in the kind of living reality that you and I are experiencing today. The fear of contagion, the social peril and panic. And often you will find that these narratives in popular culture, by that I mean pulp fiction, best-selling fiction, and I'll be giving you a few examples shortly, or popular Hollywood blockbuster Hollywood movies. In all these, one interesting thing that emerges is that these outbreak narratives, the panic, they displace their panic from uh, normative bodies onto non-normative bodies. And they speak of the pathogen, the deadly disease-carrying pathogen, as if it were a human. So there is an element of anthropomorphizing, big word, but there is an element of treating the virus as a human being, as a human actor, as a human player. So pandemic narratives, friends, in popular culture, they describe outbreak sites not only as breeding grounds of deadly pathogens, but as conflict zones of racial, cultural, and biomedical politics. These are some of the examples. Well, um, as the slide shows, you know, you have best-selling fiction that deal with the outbreak of deadly diseases, of epidemics, and their consequences on human bodies and the body politic. So you have Michael Crichton's The Andromeda Strain. You have a more recent contemporary novel such as Jose Saramago's Blindness. You also, as a researcher, I keep saying young, well, any researcher will do, but any researcher can also look at the manner in which outbreak narratives have been depicted in films such as Contagion. The film Contagion is perhaps, if you many of you would have seen, this was the most watched film during the lockdown last year. Then there are several. I mean, the list that the titles that I've put on the slide is not at all exhaustive. It is just a sampling. So these pandemic narratives in popular culture, researchers can examine these texts. And when I say text, I'm obviously including films as a text, as a visual, as an audio-visual text itself, from an interdisciplinary approach. Sorry. One of the many things that a researcher can do in investigating, in exploring the pandemic narrative is, what is a pandemic narrative? What are its tropes? What are its characteristic features? So, I'll just give you an example that from the research point of view, one can look at these pandemic narratives in films and best-selling novels from the point of view of it being a mythic narrative, that the pandemic narrative is a mythic narrative. By that I mean, all these, whether you're talking of films or you're talking about fiction, they present the story of the outbreak as an epic battle, a battle of human beings against a cunning and deadly virus. So the protagonist in these narratives, or the hero, the central character, let's not call him a hero. Well, the central characters in these pandemic narratives in popular culture are often shown as a medical professional or a research scientist. And then the story shows how he or she uses her intelligence, her resourcefulness to detect, expose, and outwit a sly pathogen with a self with a sly pathogen with a self-mutating ability. Now, what is interesting about a pandemic film is that it projects the action using the common tropes of an epic battle. The heroic traveling human. The heroic traveling human is pitted against the maleficent migrating microbes. The microbe, of course, is invisible, but it is given a kind of a diabolical intent and a mutating power. Remember, I said that the microbe or the pathogen, the carrier of the disease in these pandemic narratives, is often anthropomorphized, spoken and depicted as if it had a human side. So, for example, there is a character in a film called Outbreak who says that if you want to shake hands with one of these viruses, then you had better wear a spacesuit. Reminds you of the PPE kit that we are now so familiar that doctors and health workers are wearing these days. So the mythic element in pandemic narratives is dramatized as an epic battle between humanity, its forces of science, medicine, and technology, and nature, on the other hand, is anthropomorphized in the form of a microbe. So from a research point of view, um, you know, one can look at pandemic films or pandemic best-selling fiction in terms of its representation of viruses, of illnesses, in terms of the ideology of the film, even in terms of the impact that such films have such films, pandemic films or pandemic fiction, have on audiences. In other words, one can study, one can approach pandemic narratives from film reception theory or reader response theory. And so the scope of research in the field of pandemic studies is enormous because, as I said, it is essentially multidisciplinary. What could be some of the research questions that if one were to enter into the field of pandemic studies, then what could be the research questions? As I said, one can take up research in the multiple intersections of infectious diseases, their relationship with the very processes of globalization. Remember, when we talk about globalization, we talk about a global village, and how globalization on the one hand has made it easier for us to communicate, has made the very processes of communication and transportation so much more easier. But ironically or paradoxically, they have also made the routes, the pathways of disease-carrying pathogens or disease-carrying viruses so much more easier. So while the world has shrunk, while globalization has made it easier for people to travel and migrate, well, it has made it easier for disease-carrying pathogens also easy to migrate. So, researchers can therefore look at pandemic popular narratives from audience reception theory, from migration studies, from the point of view of medical humanities as disease narratives, or even from trauma theory, that is from the point of view of trauma theory or trauma studies. And what you see on the slide are a few questions, research questions that can break new grounds in the field of pandemic popular culture. For example, what is the relationship between pandemics and politics? What new forms of political belongings will be or can be engendered by these global epidemics? Well, friends, this is the first blackbird. The second blackbird, and by that I mean the second interdisciplinary area within cultural studies is what you're looking at is something that you and I are perhaps familiar. Some of us might even be teaching the text. By that I mean Shakespeare's play King Lear. Have you ever thought of King Lear, reading and analyzing King Lear as a disability text? Remember that at least two of the important characters in Shakespeare's King Lear are blind. One is Lear himself, you could say, right from the very first scene, where he is shown to be morally blind in not being able to judge which of his three daughters really loves him most. And then it is Gloucester who keeps telling him that even as Lear is dividing or distributing his kingdom between his two elder daughters, Goneril and Regan, he says it is Gloucester who tells him that Lear, you're blind. And then Lear tells him, get out of my sight. So seeing and sight become important narrative tropes in the interpretation of King Lear. But we seldom look or study King Lear as a disability studies. Whereas, as I said, blindness and seeing is one of the important metaphors that controls some of the important themes and narrative techniques of King Lear itself. When you think of disability, literature as an area of disability studies, literature provides us a rich source to study and understand, for example, disabled minds. For example, you had, what comes to my mind right now is Sylvia Nasr's A Beautiful Mind, which was turned into a Hollywood movie of the same title, A Beautiful Mind, based on the troubled life and times of this famous Princeton professor named John Nash, who suffered from schizophrenia. Literature also has provided texts, uh, texts which have been adapted into films, like the Oscar-winning Christy Brown's Oscar-winning film called My Left Foot. Friends, disability is everywhere in literature, across all periods, all genres, whether in medieval saints narratives, the sentimentality of the 19th century novel, um, and also, of course, the modernist obsession with eugenics, or even contemporary preoccupations with mental health. Often, in these stories, when we look at these stories, disability in characters appears as a narrative device that is meant to illuminate what appears to be the more important elements of a plot or character. So, for example, Bertha Mason, those of us who do post-colonial studies would remember Jane Eyre. And, Bertha Mason, Charlotte Bronte's mad woman in the attic in Jane Eyre, has often been read by feminist and post-colonial critics as expressing the outrage of gender and race-based, did I get that right? Gender and race-based oppression or exploitation. But also think about a character such as Rochester, who loses a hand and is blinded at the end of the novel. Uh, well, his character uh, is only rendered, is only allowed an interpretation from the point of view of romance and care, hardly as a disabled character. Take another example, D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. You know, the male character, uh, Lady Chatterley's husband, Clifford Chatterley, suffers from paralysis, and he has a wheelchair. And both are used in the book, or rather in the interpretation of the novel or the text. Both are used as a commentary on the barbarity of the First World War, the sterility of the Chatterley's marriage itself. But Clifford Chatterley's actual experience of his wheelchair, of his paralysis, is seldom given any kind of treatment in critical analysis. Disability, therefore, is often represented in such metaphorical terms that it almost becomes invisible. I mean, disabled characters and disabled themes in our narratives are rendered in such a symbolic and metaphorical way that they remain invisible. And therefore, literature with disabled characters or disability as a minor theme actually reinforces and perpetuates those social processes by which people with disabilities are marginalized and excluded. Those of us who are into American literature would of course remember Walt Whitman. And Walt Whitman, the Walt Whitman, who sings the body electric in Leaves of Grass, Walt Whitman, who is considered to be the bard of the body, the singer of the soul. It is surprising that in 2018 or 2016, the American Society, the American Center for Liberal Arts and Literature, it was celebrating the bicentenary celebrations of Walt Whitman. I think it was in 2018. And his writings drew a lot of attention, and this is a surprise. His writings drew a lot of attention from the perspective of disability studies. Now, why I said surprising is because when we think of Walt Whitman and his writings, we associate the work of Walt Whitman as being synonymous with the celebration of the body. I mean, even in Leaves of Grass, remember that Whitman imagines the new America. Whitman imagines even the progress of human culture and human civilization as as being driven by by a superior healthy body. And so in lines such as where the city of the healthiest fathers stands, where the city of the best bodied mothers stand, in these lines where he refers to New York City, he's celebrating the human body. He's celebrating not just any human body, but a human body that has extraordinary health and fitness. So it is surprising that in 2018, when scholars and researchers went back to Whitman to re-examine his writings, they did so from disability, from the point of view of disability. In fact, what scholars found, therefore, in his work was a rich vein of images and metaphors that they argue presents Whitman's poetic persona in a radically different way. From being a writer, from being a celebrated poet who sings the body perfect or the body electric, these researchers in 2018, when they went back to study Whitman, found that Whitman was as much a poet of disability as he was a poet of ability. He was as much a poet of ableism as he was of disableism. In fact, scholars who went through Whitman's own life story found that Whitman suffered not one but two strokes at a crucial moment when he was revising the Leaves of Grass for the third, fourth, and the fifth editions. Remember, those of us who teach Leaves of Grass or Song of Myself, we know that Whitman wrote and rewrote, and the poem Song of Myself itself underwent a series of drafts and revisions. So generally speaking, scholars who looked at Whitman's writings from disability studies found that the letters from his entries into the diaries that he wrote, especially at the later years of his life, they found that Whitman was deeply committed to illness, injury, disablement, and aging. And this dimension, therefore, this dimension of his poetry was truly an amazing discovery. 200 years, 200 years after we had thought that whatever could be said about Whitman had already been said, disability theorists found a new dimension to his work. Truly, this is called a eureka moment in both Whitman studies as well as disability studies. And this is what disability studies can do and does. Its application to the reading of canonical texts allows scholars to discover, hitherto unknown dimensions to his writings. And truly, this is what we mean by research. The research is research. It is to research and to rediscover facets of a writer or of his works that only a new theoretical paradigm helps uncover or discover. Well, I'll skip a few. Well, yeah, you can make a note of this. This slide gives you an idea of, lists some of the key theorists and the key critical texts within disability studies. Why would one show interest? Why should one research in disability literary studies? Well, as I said, or as the slide shows, one is to understand the many modes of intersection between literature and disability. Remember that even in our own education systems, so much of importance is now being given to sensitize teachers and students to those who are physically challenged. Even the very language that we used to earlier use for those with, like physically handicapped or children of a lesser god, these were the terms that were often derogatory, that often reduced those with disability into a marginalized group or a marginalized community. So as a society, therefore, when we talk about disability studies, well, disability studies connects the plight, misery, and suffering of those who are disabled with literary manifestations, with cultural expressions, in order to empower them, in order to sensitize us as well as empower, give modes of empowerment so that they become so that from being invisible they become visible, from being silent they are given a voice. So why research in disability studies? Well, one could research because one could explore disability in terms of character, metaphor, theme, purely as a literary analysis. But then you could also you could also crib canonical and modern works from the lens of disability studies. Just as feminism in during the first and the second wave feminism, one of the major aims of feminism as a political project was to go back to these was to go back to canonical literature and to find and to recover, to recuperate and recover the voices of marginalized female characters, or even to discover writings of female writers who were historically ignored or neglected. Such a similar thing can happen even with disability in the field of disability studies. Which are the texts that you would look at? Again, the list is not exhaustive. It's just a sample list, right from classic books like John Steinbeck's of Mice and Men to Coetzee's Slow Man. There is an entire body of writings which makes disability studies, interdisciplinary disability studies possible. Um, I suppose, given the shortage of time, I'll skip a few more. I'll skip one of the blackbirds. I'll release one of the blackbirds and let it go and come to something that perhaps might be of more interest to you, and that is petrofiction. This is again, didn't, didn't the recent news of another hike in petrol and diesel prices spoil your morning cup of tea? Well, friends, if I said that petroleum and its products have saturated, they have fueled and driven our lives, it would seem to be stating the obvious truth. In a documentary on petrol called A Crude Awakening, the name of the title of the documentary is called A Crude Awakening, and you can watch it on YouTube. The voiceover, the commentator says, "Oil is our God. Oil is our God. We all worship petroleum." To think about oil, I mean, and its connections with literature might surprise you, because but to think about oil is not just to think about automobiles, about derricks, about spectacular oil spills or barrel prices, or even the price of petrol. In fact, the computer or the phone on which we are connected today is made out of material from oil. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that our modern culture, call it modern, call it postmodern culture, is a hydrocarbon culture. It is hardly surprising that international and international politics, domestic politics too, are completely dependent upon the goings on in the oil industry. The way oil prices fall or rise completely changes not only the markets, but also the economies of most developing and developed nations. So if I said that the world of literature is also pipelined by petrol, that may perhaps take you by surprise. Compared to what we call the great themes of literature, war, disaster, flood, famines, human suffering, yes, compared to these great themes of these traditional and great themes of literature, petrol or petroleum, no doubt, has played a rather muted role in the field of literary studies. But even though it is a muted role, well, in recent decades, it has become an important subject in literature. And within cultural studies, it has inaugurated an exciting multidisciplinary field of study. In fact, one of my own research students is already doing her PhD, her research on petrofiction in the novels of selected writers. But it was, in 1992 that Amitav Ghosh, it is he who coined the term petrofiction. He was reviewing a book, in fact, a trilogy by a Middle Eastern writer named Abdul Rahman Munif. Abdul Rahman Munif wrote not one but three novels of the same series called Cities of Salt. And in his review, Ghosh was reviewing Abdul Rahman Munif's Cities of Salt, and in his review, he coined the term petrofiction. In fact, he titled the essay as Petrofiction, the Oil Encounter and the Novel. And in this essay, Ghosh argued that despite the overwhelming dependency of the global economy and of human lives on oil, it is surprising that oil and its related issues have remained underrepresented in the world of fiction. Well, not only is the world of politics determined by the nature of oil, by oil prices and the oil economy, well, it was Ghosh's contention that representations of oil have deliberately been erased, have deliberately been silenced, because it helps the American multinational petroleum or hydrocarbon companies to maintain silence about oil in any form of cultural production, including literature, films, or documentaries. So he says that there is, as the quote on the slide says, to a great many Americans, oil smells bad. It begins to smell of pollution and environmental hazards. It reeks, it stinks, it becomes a problem. Those of you who want to enter into the field of eco-criticism, the broad field of eco-criticism, well, within the broad field of eco-criticism, there are several other subterranes that you can investigate. One is oil as part of climate change, oil and its impact on climate change, its impact on environment, and its impact on human society itself. These are some of the novels which can be termed as petrofiction. And if you ask, what are the features of petrofiction? Well, I and my research scholar who are doing this study, well, obviously, one of the most obvious feature of petrofiction is that in fiction, films, and documentaries, it is the representation of oil, of how oil economies are changing, not only the structure of societies, but also human relationships, leading to mass migration, leading to the exploitation of labor, cheap labor from third world countries to first world countries, leading to oil spillages and climate damage and climate destruction, etc., etc. So these are some of the things that might hold your interest in petrofiction. Basically, the kind of the novels that I listed in the previous slide are those that come under the larger label of dystopian or apocalyptic fiction. Well, if you are interested, then these are some of the research questions that you may explore. Among these questions, as you can see, what is common is the interrelation or the intersection between oil, hydrocarbon cultures, oil capitalism, neo-capitalism, the state, the nature of nation state, migration, diasporic writing, which figure migrant labor, etc., etc. So this is again a very, very contemporary theme within cultural studies, because it has an interdisciplinary approach. It looks at how oil has impacted upon nation states. It explores the way in which Orientalism or neo-capitalism continues to bear its imprint in the nature in which oil-rich countries or first world countries are exploiting underdeveloped countries. And finally, you could study hydrocarbon culture as an expression of the manner in which this culture is causing considerable damage to climate change and environment. So these key research areas within hydrocarbon culture or petrofiction would be eco-criticism, neo-capitalism, and neo-imperialism. Well, I suppose I'll skip this blackbird as well. So out of the five, well, I have covered three blackbirds. Well, it is only so much that we can do within the time that is given to us. However, I would like to leave with you, one book that I make it mandatory reading for all my research students, for all my research scholars, and people who are generally interested in research, and that is this particular book, Umberto Eco, How to Write a Thesis. Now, there's an interesting story, and I shall end with this, that Umberto Eco, when we think of Umberto Eco, we think of this great postmodernist writer who wrote this classic, now considered classic example of postmodernist fiction called The Name of the Rose. But Umberto Eco, before he became a novelist, was also a university professor in the University of Turin. And, in 1977, I'm talking about, so many decades back, in 1977, when he was a young university professor, he wrote a book for his own research students and faculty members called, so plainly, it's called How to Write a Thesis. Now, remember, this is a book he wrote in 1977. Surprisingly, in a curious twist of history, the book was translated in English as late as in 2015. But, many of the things that Umberto Eco states in order to help his research students are still of such considerable, can be so immensely useful to today's research scholars. Particularly, I've chosen to put 3 lines. I've randomly selected 3 lines from his book, and I find the first line is always something I tell to a prospective research scholar who comes to me and says, "Sir, I want to write a paper, or I want to do research under you." And I say what Umberto Eco says, that your thesis is like your first love. It will be difficult to forget. And then, of course, the book has so many practical advice. It gives such useful tips about how to prepare a draft, how to make notes, how to prepare a bibliography. And then it has these wonderful chestnuts, wise sayings like, do not write like Proust. A young researcher should not write like Proust. Do not write long sentences. He also gives the other advice, the opposite advice, that you are not E.E. Cummings, mind grammar, spelling, and punctuation. And that's the worst crime that a researcher can do, not to write in correct English. And if he's making the cardinal sin of writing incorrect or improper sentences. So friends, research, I said, is not a search for a holy grail. Research, I said, is not often the product of genius. It is the product of labor, systematic hard work, disciplined hard work. Research is also the road not taken. The majority opinion within the academia is that research in English studies in India is facing a quiet crisis. I disagree. Research in India in literary studies is not facing a quiet crisis. It is an ear-deafening crisis, loud and explosive. And this crisis has been brought about by the production of, unfortunately, I have to say this, substandard quality research. What I describe as, research as Control C and Control V research, or Google or Wikipedia research. And so whenever I come across a badly written thesis, or whenever I am examining a thesis or as an examiner, it leads me to this overwhelming question. And with apologies to T.S. Eliot, what is this? Is this research? And, and somebody would say, do not ask what is it? Let the candidate have his PhD and deal it. Well, friends, I have mapped for you within this time that we have been given some new terrains in English cultural studies, primarily because I feel that they have exciting possibilities in research, that they are multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. And of course, research in English cultural studies offers an inexhaustible source of exciting themes, exciting areas. I have touched only on 3 of the five blackbirds, but there are many such blackbirds. And as I said, I will end with what I said first, that the first step of a good researcher in culture studies or literary studies is to find his or her blackbird. I'm hopeful that the 5 ways of looking at a blackbird that I have spoken about will help to make your research truly an adventure of the mind and odyssey of the spirit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening, innovative, and creative presentation. It was aesthetic one also. And I am not saying anything of my mind, but just giving you the gist of the uh, comments in the chat box, which you can also read at your leisure. But sir, surprisingly, you would see that all the participants, they have acknowledged that this is for the first time they have heard of many things that you spoke today. And as in the beginning I said that this stride scheme is for interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary action oriented research. Sir, through your talk for last 1.5 hours, we experienced the ways to look at literature, how one can have multiple perspectives to explore literature, particularly the various themes and approaches of the writers. And you have explored, okay, 13 ways to look. Why 13? 14, let us say 14, not hundreds of ways, because even if you were talking about one aspect, but you have had several other things at the backdrop in your mind while you were exploring the variety of cultures. And so really you made this course a course in literature. For yesterday, for the whole day yesterday, even today, earlier 2 sessions, we were focusing on language and technical aspects of research. But through your session, we have reached to a new height of this research capacity enhancement program by adding the multiplicity of approaches to study literature. Your perspectives on the 5 major things like pandemic literature, then gerontology, then you have talked about 9/11 passing reference, then disability is again a major issue. Then the new concept that everyone in the audience said about it is petrofiction and petroculture, and then you took us to the eco uh, criticism. So the last point that you talked about was eco, and that eco echoed every researcher's bottom of heart, and that one need to take care while he himself is either writing a research paper or a research thesis. One should never forget the advice that is given in how to write research. Okay, so these are the highlights, and each, okay, the participants, they are for the first time without being asked to ask the questions. Participants are raising hands. That is the success, and they are interested to talk to you, sir. Just Mr. Prashant Take, you can unmute yourself and uh, ask the question to Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir. Unmute yourself, Prashant Take.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I have raised my hand not for asking questions, sir. Really, I want to express my wholehearted thankfulness to Dr. Banerjee and to Nitundiji, of course, to you for bringing such experienced persons to us. Actually, I am doing research on Biafran war fiction, and today I have got some new perspectives on my research problem. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you, Prashant ji, for your inputs. I have one more hand raised, that is of Dr. Krishna Sandeep Rao Age. Dr. Krishna, if you would like to talk, please unmute yourself and come out.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to express my views regarding this session. Thank you, Professor Banerjee, sir, because I think you are the one of the very few readers of literature in India, in the teaching fraternity particularly. We can see what new research areas that you have given to us. That is very I would like to appreciate you for this, because what kind of reading you have, that indicates everything. Sir, I have one little query, because most of the time it comes from the new researchers even, that if you touch to the new research topics which are very rarely explored, researchers say we don't get the secondary material to complete that research. So what would you suggest for them?
You know, one, by the way, and I think it's a question that many researchers have in their minds. I think when you are exploring a new area, the lack of secondary resources sometimes turns out to be a big advantage. One, I say this with full conviction. One, because from the practical point of view, doing a literature review becomes easy. Second, because it's a new area and your approach is a new one, you can boldly go ahead and formulate your own positions and state your own conclusions or inferences without countering or without supporting any previous research done on this particular area. You know, I always believe that we Indians, especially in the field of literary studies, hesitate to take positions or put forth our own points, our own perspectives. There is a sort of overwhelming dependency upon what foreign critics or foreign theorists say. So the minute we are thinking about literary or cultural theorists, we need to go to the Western academia to talk about a Homi Bhabha, to bring in Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak. Of course, she is an Indian, but based in a metropolitan center. Or we think about Bill Ashcroft's, you know, in doing post-colonial studies. I say that if it is an area of research which you are exploring and you are confident about, go ahead and make your own statements, even if there is a lack of secondary sources. It isn't possible that any area of any field, particularly within literary studies or cultural studies, has not yet been explored. There is a continuing conversation that goes on. Even medical humanities or the field of pandemic popular culture that I talked about, you know, starting, the example that I gave you was of Defoe's journal of the plague years, which goes back to 16th and 17th century. So it isn't as if pandemic literature is a thing of recent times. In fact, there is a history of plague literature. So one good way of exploring new terrains is, number one, to track your secondary sources, even if they are fewer in number. And second, to be bold and confident enough to make your assertions based, of course, validated by examples and illustrations from the texts or the writers that you consider. So I would say that, like the captain of Starship Enterprise, go where no man has gone beyond before. Or much like Hemingway's Old Man in the Sea, go as far as the horizons can.
Yeah, true, sir, true. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That is what Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir is. He is as deep as the ocean and a voracious reader, as Dr. Krishna was saying. We have one more participant, Devyani Sharma. So, yes, please unmute yourself and be brief. Devyani Sharma.
Good evening, Prantik sir.
Good evening. Devyani is my student in Hislop. Yeah, good evening,
Yes, sir.
Devyani.
So I just wanted to ask a very basic question: that how do we find a blackbird with those three different minds? I am going for research right now, as you know. So how to find that blackbird?
It's important to find not just one blackbird. To start with, you need 5 blackbirds. You can't pre-decide or predetermine which blackbird unless you have a choice of blackbirds. To put it very in plain and simple language, what I really mean is that research is not where you pre-decide. You already choose a pre-decided field and say that, well, let me take up, let us say, pandemic literature. What I would suggest is that in order to finalize your research area as pandemic literature, you need to first look at medical humanities. So look at the larger area first, and then crystallize out of the larger area, come from the general to the specific, come from the abstract to the particular. So looking at a black bird is possible only when you have a choice. Have your choices first. If there is, these could be any XYZ area. Have those XYZ areas, do a preliminary study, preliminary research, find out what these 3 or 5 areas give you, offer to you, whether it excites you, whether it invites your passion and curiosity, and then finalize on your blackbird. Let me repeat what I said. Do not finalize one blackbird to begin with and end with it. First, explore 5 blackbirds or 3 blackbirds, and then choose the blackbird according to your interest, your curiosity, and your passion.
Thank you, Devyani Sharma, for your reminder. And this reminds, Prantik sir's presentation reminds me the poem that we learned in beginning of study of literature, that is Anisi Magiki's famous poem, that is Poet, Lover and Birdwatcher. So this creative researcher has added that one. And so once again, let us be there. So thank you, Professor Banerjee sir, for the wonderful session. And I must put on record that Devyani is there from yesterday, and she is attentive and attending the sessions enthusiastically. I did not know that she happens to be a scholar from your college, but really the course is becoming more and more interesting, and people are enjoying it. It is, the credit goes to the resource persons like you, sir. So once again, thank you on behalf of MSP Mandal Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani, and the UGC Stride scheme. I extend my sincere thanks to our resource person, Dr. Prantik Banerjee sir, and I know that he is such a cooperative human being that he would also go beyond the formalities of cooperating you or being resource person, but he is such a resourceful person that he would be assisting you in your research whenever you contact him, and he has already shared his email ID with you. I assure you on behalf of Professor Banerjee that whenever you would get any difficulty in your research and reading literature, certainly Professor Banerjee will be of great help to all of you. Once
Definitely.
again, thank you, sir, for being with us, sharing your valuable inputs and adding new knowledge to us.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Thank you, participants. Thank you all.
Dear participants, this is the end of the third session today and the end of the day. See you again tomorrow with the three new speakers in this research capacity enhancement program. But don't forget to watch the replay of the video. The video of yesterday's session is available in Great Learning app under the heading mentorship videos. This video for today's session will be available tomorrow morning under the tab mentorship videos. So all the participants would be enjoying a reviewing of this video. And sir, we have a tracking mechanism for all the three things: attendance of the participants in the live class, then tracking record of how many viewers have viewed, how long the videos, as well as what are their interactions and comments also. So I hope that all the participants will take most benefit of this research capacity enhancement program under this UGC scheme STRIDE component number 1. Thank you, one and all. Have a good day ahead. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, all. Best wishes to everyone.
Let's end the meet.